a series for a while where we're back live again? Were we live at all? Should I start?
We just had no sound.
Okay, should I start over? Let's start over. So today's project is the Raptor. So we're going to start this. And this is something I've been planning on doing for a while where I don't want to do the whole thing all at once. Plus, with Michelle running around all over the place, I really don't have a car that I want her and the kids driving around in. And so my plan is to do what I used to do back in the day, which is my original plan was to just go crazy and try to get it all done in a day and a half. I don't really want to do that anymore. And so today what we're going to do is just do a section. And you can do this as well. Let's say you were coating or doing deconning your driveway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to clean the engine bay because that's the first thing you do in any kind of decon or polishing. Then I'm going to decon just the front clip, just the front three panels. And I can do this here today because the other panels, I haven't washed this thing in like 9 months. So it's not a big deal for me to leave the other panels alone. So I'm not going to dry them, not going to wash them, not going to mess with them. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to wash and decon the front clip. I'm going to polish, I'm going to coat, and then the front clip is done. And then next week, I'll decon the rest of the car, and then I'll polish and I'll do another section, polish and coat another section. And then the next week I'll polish and coat another section. So in like a month, I'll have the whole truck completely dialed in, while each week I'll just wash a section of it. So today's plan is to do the engine bay first. Anytime you're deconning, I like to do the engine bay because it's the dirtiest, it's the nastiest, it's the part that needs to get done first. But I've got to cue you in all the different products that we're going to use here, because remember, it is Black Friday weekend, so I appreciate all your support. Thank you yesterday, we had the highest grossing single sales day ever. So we beat by about $20,000, we beat 2021. 2021, 2022 were roughly the same. I think 733,000 was our top day. So we did 758, which is pretty sick. And that's just the day, excluding the week prior, which was also pretty successful. So I couldn't take it anymore. I took the cellophane off the darn stainless tops, and then we'll just deal with scratching them up because that's part of the plan. I'll PPS something else later. Which is this here. So this is one of my legacy favorite products. It's basically an all-purpose cleaner that I think has some testing done to help ensure that it's not going to really affect plastics and damage stuff in the engine bay. You could use an all-purpose cleaner just fine, but I like this product. We're going to use this, and I think we're going to get a great result. But I need to get a label set up. So these are now live in the store. Our new label series, which is it's got new adhesive. It's got, we got different colors depending on the part of the process. So this is part of the decon process. So it's kind of foil purple. And so when you're putting these on the press-all bottles, these are press-all labels, of course. And so when you're putting it on the bottle, what you look for the seam right here. And the first thing I'm going to do is take a little bit of surface prep. This is panel wipe. So just to make sure it's clean, we'll just panel wipe it. Use the towel I have here. And because it's about 50 degrees, which for us here in Florida, it might as well be minus 50. I'm freaking freezing out here. Let me just heat this up a little bit. The Milwaukee heat gun. It'll just be a little bit more pliable. So then I find the seam, which is right here on the bottle, I'm going to line up with the seam. On these translucents, it's kind of hard to see. So, take this. And the way I do it is just work it on slowly but surely from top to bottom, and that'll make sure that I don't end up with any bubbles. Man, this new adhesive is really good. I can already tell. Pretty sick, huh? Nicely done, Matt. Good job. Okay, so then Adam's funnel. And let's fill this up. So I'm not going to dilute this. I'm going to go straight up. And actually, what I'm going to do first, I'm going to sort of add a step to my engine bay cleaning, which is we're going to do built hammer first, dry, with the engine dry. Then I'm going to rinse it, and then I'm going to spray and agitate. This is probably the dirtiest engine bay I've ever cleaned. It's gotten pretty nasty. You guys always want me to clean dirty cars. Well, we're doing it. I feel very inconsistent in my life in that my wife's car is a freaking disaster. It has an Obsessed Garage sticker on it, which is blasphemy. Okay, get this set up. You know, I could do all the stuff before we prep, before we do this off camera, but that wouldn't be consistent. Look how good that looks. These new labels look sick. So, I mean, we have them in stock, ready to go. So if you want them, you can buy them. We also have label without, where you could write on your own if you had something different, something that we didn't have a label for. A couple things Nick wanted me to mention. We have, I still have some of these. We had ordered these shift knobs. It's a BMW shift knob for the E36 giveaway that we never did. I think this is the greatest shift knob ever made by our friends at Racing. So we have these on a flash sale. So how do they get to flash sale? Some people were asking that. There's a banner image.
Yes.
There's a Black Friday tab.
Friday page, there's 4 blocks.
Well, where's the main Black Friday page?
It's on the home page.
So you go on the home page, at the top it's
Banner image, the first one.
okay.
You click into it, and then you'll see our 4 days. We're on day 2 right now, so it'll say
Okay.
merch, shop merch, bunch of. You could also just type in merchandise flash sale.
So just click on the Black Friday banner image. It'll take you to the Black Friday page. There's flash sale stuff. We have some new key lanyard thingies, whatever you want to call those. And then we do have a new OG hex decal that is kind of like a reflective that changes color. So those are flash sale up right now. The other thing is, so yesterday's flash sale is still up, right?
Yes.
One thing I talked about yesterday, you want to go buy these, I'm telling you. This year, this is the one thing. We like hand put these together, the Milwaukee accessory set. This is the single most used thing other than some of the detailing stuff in my garage is the Milwaukee bit set. Okay, so we got our engine cleaner set up here appropriately enough for we have rip and rags too, so if you want the OG rip and rag box. I took it off for Bryce's new little fancy tester thing. Okay, so engine cleaner's set. I do have built hammer in here from yesterday, so I'm going to use this on the engine bay to pre-clean, and then I'll show you at the end we're going to do hyper dressing. So I got a couple of brushes and we're good to go. So I'm gonna go dry on the engine bay. So look how dirty this thing is. Can you show them this, Wabba? It's freaking nasty. Ooh. Dragonfly casualty here. He's not wanting to come off. That's a nasty looking bro. All right, so let me turn this thing on. I've been talking about it for years. I've got to get the actual props ladder thing. So I think this makes sense to build the hamper the engine bay first, do a little pre-cleaning to help release, then we'll put our all-purpose cleaner on, then we will, this thing, yeah, I think that's going to make sense. I should never let this happen again. So actually, this is a good idea. Let's just build hammer the whole thing. So this is going to be a bit of a nasty business here. What I may do, I don't know what I'm going to do. We're going to figure this out together. Yeah, I kind of like this idea, doing it this way. So I'm making some concessions here for the video, but I think, normally you would want to do the whole car. I'm just going to do this in sections, or do this section of the car for today's video. I think this is a good idea. So we'll just build hammer the whole front clip, then we'll do the Griot's engine cleaner and agitate, and then we'll do hyper dressing. So remember, as long as I'm not shooting water like down into the intake and then driving the truck, we're fine. So modern engines, I mean, think about it. Think about, like, you could take this truck, if I put a snorkel on it, I could take this truck and drive it through a darn river, and it's fine. The engine can run underwater. It's the issue of intake that you want to be careful with. So this has a box right here, so I probably got a little bit of water in here, but then there's a drain on the bottom of the intake anyway, so we're fine. So don't freak out. If you have an old car, you probably don't want to do this. You want to cover some stuff up, but on a modern car, I find it's a non-issue. So we let this sit for 5 minutes or so. It's doing its job, sort of breaking some stuff down. So we'll get it reasonably clean to start, and then we'll follow. So while that's sitting, let's get our iron remover set up. So I forgot. I thought I'd checklist everything. I thought for sure I had Iron Buster here, but I don't. So good news is we're going to use the new odorless stoners. So I'm going to put this in the OG solo sprayer. This is why I have 4 funnels, because the other funnel's still a little wet. So I'm going to open this up. So the two things I like in my solo sprayers, so I usually have two solo sprayers in my arsenal. One I put 914 in for my clay lube. Yeah, no scent. So this one will not change colors and it will not smell. I don't need it to change colors. I'm a grown-up, not a baby. So this is the only iron removing product that I know of that doesn't have the dye in it. I think that'll be a sufficient amount, so we'll just do one of them. So remember my Built Hamber solution, if you watched yesterday, the Built Hamber is set up at 2% panel impact ratio, so at maximum dilution, maximum whatever concentration I should say. And dwell time you want about 5 minutes, so now's about the time to remove it. And that was 234 milliliters plus whatever that is, 664 milliliters of water in my foam cannon is what I'd set up yesterday. Okay, so let's clean this off now. I hate this front bumper. This is the worst front bumper ever. I keep going on SWC's website to buy a new one and then I never do it. Let's swap to my 25 degree. The same 4.0 nozzle, doesn't change pressure or flow, just changes the concentration of the pressure and flow. I'm telling you, this truck is going to run better after this. Car always runs better when it's clean. It already looks pretty darn good. You probably could just roll with a hyper dressing right now. Okay, so now let's do our contact engine bay cleaning with the grills. I promise I will never let any of these cars get this dirty ever again. Oh, look at that. That's pretty good. Shoot. Let me put some gloves on. That'll help with my hands getting cold. Let's do these fancy ones. Chem Defenders. Cold out here. It's like, I think it's up to 52 now. I should have put these on when I first started.
Can you pull that battery off in the back room?
Okay, I don't like these gloves very much. I like the orange ones. These are from SAS. I need to get these in the store. I've been talking about this for years. SAS Astro Grips are the best. These are a chloroprene, powder-free chloroprene, which is a different material that I'm wanting to test out. Okay, so we got our Grills Garage engine cleaner here. This is an old bottle, so it's not one of the new fancy ones. So what I'll do is not fall. This is almost unnecessary after the cleaning here. So I'm just going to take this and this and this. So I got my tire brush, my fender brush, and a race glaze brush like that. Stick it on my ladder. Just a little bit of simple agitation. Again, I think this is pretty much unnecessary. The bill hamper got this like 90% clean. I don't know why it's doing that. This really superficial engine bay cleaning is all I need. Gosh, this thing is giant. that much. You know what I do want to do here?
Dylan wants to know how many miles on the Raptor and how long you had it for.
76,000 miles. I don't know when we got this thing. 2 years? It's time to get rid of it. I normally wouldn't do this kind of thing, but this is a plastic grill. If this was painted or something, you would never want to do this, but these are the links you need to go when it hasn't been cleaned in 9 months. It's actually, this is the thing that always gets me when I do something like this and don't clean something and I can restore it back to like fresh. It's like, why do we do all this work? Maybe because we had our record sales, maybe I'll go order that SVC front bumper. Get this thing not looking so doofy. I've been talking about it for years. I took the winch off of it. This is like a super stout powder coated front bumper, so I'm not going to do this to the headlights or anything, but if the bill hammer didn't do such a good job, I would need to get a bucket out to clean the brush off, but I think this is fine. This is great. I've never been so pumped for a cleaning agent before. Nick informed me we have 2,000 bottles of touchless, so order away, people. That's it. Just rinse it off. Dialed. That here. Clean this thing off. You know, I wonder if like the pre-hyper dressing had a little bit of protection that helped me clean it up here. Because I mean, look, it's still beating up even after all-purpose cleaner. Okay. So now all we do, spray on, walk away. This is why I still think it's the best product for the job. So this is hyper dressing, and we sell this diluted. So we sell it in a diluted version, and I like a natural finish 4-to-1. So I have it in my bottle here. It's set up 4-to-1. Oh shoot, tip's broken. This is why we have, this was the deficiency of the first gen, or I guess this is the 9th gen, but is that these tips for some reason, they split under pressure. And so that's why I have extra tips sitting here that I can grab. I haven't used this spray bottle in, gosh, when was the last time I sprayed hyper dressing? It's been a while. Yeah, these gloves are terrible. So then we just soak it down and leave it. And what I'll do, like tomorrow, I'll just come back and just do a real simple excess. If there's like a little bit of excess to wipe off, just wipe it flat. But generally speaking, you can just walk away. That's it. Done. So that's the engine bay process. I'm telling you. I know it looks too simple, but it works. Works great. All right, so let's decon the front clip here then. So first step is decon soap. So we'll mix up a batch here. So my engine cleaner is done. Man, does that not look good or what? Holy crap. It's the best label I've ever seen. Put that up there. I can put hyper dressing away. Done with that. I already set up our iron remover. So we have that extra bottle. Sure.
All right, so while you're setting up to do that, somebody wants to know what TV you're planning on installing in here permanently once you get rid of the LG.
So I plan to do a 77. Are you on the mic? Did they hear you? Okay. So I plan to do a 77 Q95D Samsung OLED because it has an anti-reflective coating on it. So I want to test that out in the garage to see if that's a viable option. So that's my plan. Normally what I do in the garage is an LCD. So what we have here is Decon soap, OG Decon soap, which I have in my not available yet, but coming very soon, press-all squeeze bottle. And so I'm going to put 150 or so. I must have a leak somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cycling like that. So I'm going to do 150 milliliters. I need a dispensing tip with a little bit more flow. But it's super squeezable.
So one of the viewers in the live stream also let us know that you bought the Raptor 2 years ago with 6,000 miles on it.
Oh, there we go. I bought a slightly douched. Slightly douched. It's still a slightly douched Raptor. I should have not have bought. I should have just bought a stock one. It's been fine though. Michelle likes it tall. It's starting to sag a little bit in the rear, which is not ideal. All right, let's just set up our rinse bucket. We're going to need it anyway. Let's do our kink method. While we're at it, I don't like to do it this soon, but let's set up our wash bucket too. Decon soap in there. So my philosophy here is Decon soap is not really going to mess up the coating. So even though I'm going to subsection the Raptor and do panels at a time, So we can do the front clip today and do the doors next week, or maybe later this week. When I decon the other side, other parts of the car, it really won't matter. But normally what you would do, I'm sure you would just decon the whole car first and then just do polish sections weekly if you were going to break it up. I'm just making this up as we go live on camera, so you can't fault me. Credipad XL, OG bucket package. So we'll re-agitate this when we're ready to wash here in a few minutes. Okay, we're back on. Good. All right, so let's foam this with our soap.
Matt, another question here for you by Sean Moran.
Okay.
He wants to know if you have any thoughts on the TRD Pro Forerunners. He's starting to like them.
No, I don't. I know everybody loves Toyotas. They're just too freaking boring for me. I can't do it. They have terrible, boring engines. Just boring interiors. I understand why everybody loves them, but I want to like them. It's just boring as crap. So, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do one. But the old Toyota that I do want to do is the GX 550 or whatever. That will be sick. Modified. Still boring, but can look really cool. Let's get this out of the way. Okay, let's put this here.
This guy's asking if you can put all-purpose cleaner in the Solo.
Yeah, you can put all-purpose cleaner in a Solo for sure. Yeah, they have Viton seals and everything, so it won't matter. It should last. I haven't tested it, but I'm assuming. Every time I use this, I forget how good this soap is. You can almost just use this soap all the time. This is, it smells good. It has it doesn't have a scent to it. Like an added scent. It's just whatever natural scent is. It's just, I don't know, it smells like it's working. That's why I need my 5th foam cannon. Okay. Let's try not to get my sleeves wet. I kind of like this idea of small section. It doesn't feel overwhelming. Like I can get this done, in a few hours. This is a solid move here. Can't wait to get my wand holder. So the new shelves and wand holders and all that stuff we should have available really soon. In the bucket. I really have to get one of those platform ladders. Holy dirty. It's like, feels like I'm washing sandpaper. But again, we're going to restore this really quickly. It's going to be primed and ready to be sold. But when a car is like this and it's all dirty and nasty, like it makes it not a very enjoyable washing experience, So what's part of the reason why I don't want to deal with it is if I do wash it, it takes freaking hours. So we're going to get this sucker dialed in and then maintain it. I probably won't wash it every week, but if I wash it regularly, it'll be in good shape. I'm telling you, if I get a new front bumper, then this thing would look way better.
All right, Matt, another question for you. John would like to know what exactly is a decontamination wash and why is it important?
So, decontamination is what we call the step that we would do to remove all of the contaminants, all the embedded stuff in the paint, in order to prepare to receive your coating or your wax, or really should be to prepare for polishing. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to get my polisher out, start polishing dirty paint, clogging up my pads, and scratching up my surface even worse. So the decon process is a few steps. Step one, wash it, try to strip any waxes or sealants off. You're not going to strip a coating, but I could, strip waxes, sealants, things like that, or that are on the surface with this soap. Then the next step is going to be to chemically decontaminate it with an iron remover. And then the final step is to mechanically decontaminate it with a clay bar or a synthetic clay bar. So we need to do this step in order to be able to polish.
Another question for you. Thoughts on running touchless in just a spray bottle, like as a pre-wash?
Yeah, you can do touchless in a spray bottle. It works. I just find it way more efficient to do it with a foam cannon. Like a pump spray or something would also work. You can see the water's just parked on there. This goes to show you, this has, what is Ultra, 8-year coating or something? So if you don't maintain your coating, it isn't lasting. The unsung hero here, which I always forget to talk about, is the darn gun and fittings and all that. If you don't have this thing yet, or if you have some older version, just frickin' order this. It's on sale. Get it. Really good. Okay, so that's step 2, I guess. Step 1 was the engine bay. Step 2 was the decon soap. Step 3 is iron removal. So I got in my solo sprayer here. So I'm gonna Spray this all over the surface.
All right, while you're spraying Matt, we just had a $50 super chat come
Ooh.
in from Sean Moran.
Nice.
He says, Matt, as I'm asking another question, I'll make it a super chat. Have you ever considered an Icon 4x4? Jonathan Ward is the founder, seems right up your alley, and is always doing things to the best and in an OG way. Could certainly see you with one of those.
I mean, aren't those things like $600,000 or $1 million, something like that? So I'm not balling that hard yet. No, I haven't ever really considered one of those. I mean, although I am doing the APG Bronco. So this has it does have some scent, pretty powerful chemical smelling scent, but it's not the nasty. Yeah, it doesn't smell good, but it doesn't smell as bad. So yeah, the concept of like Icon stuff, I mean, maybe someday I would like that process of building something really cool with a really amazing builder. I mean, I'm kind of doing that with George and the APG Bronco. So to go to like an Icon level would be cool. So notice I'm just making sure that the iron remover gets spread properly here.
Sean let us know they're about 250, not quite
Oh.
600, but
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would have to get into off-roading too, to some extent. So we let that sit for a few minutes. It's pretty darn efficient. I only used a half of a bottle. It's certainly not pleasant smelling, but it's not bad. So what's coming next in the next round is, Built Hamber has pretty much the best clay in the game. And so they have 3 different clay versions, regular, soft, and medium. I'm not sure which one I like the most. The nastiness of this and how contaminated it is, this would be like on the edge of where I'd make a decision. Am I gonna do, like this is the current clay bar that I'm using, the RKB, which is from Kosh Chemie. It comes in 200 grams, which is quite a bit. It's quite a large clay bar. I think I'd be throwing some of it away, so I've broken it up and used this one. Or the clay sponge. This will still get the job done even with the car in this state, a truck in this state. But I think using a clay bar would make sense here because of how contaminated it is. So let's try Built Hamber regular clay. Just grab a piece out of here. So it comes a big old chunk of it. Keep this in here. This will be the second use of this piece, so I'll probably just use this and throw it away. And what I'm going to do is heat it up a little bit. Just kind of knead it. These gloves are hot garbage. Don't buy these. They're terrible.
all right, Matt, we have a technical question here from Mark C. He says he's using a 1322 with the Boss foam cannon. Any ideas what would cause watery foam? He's using the metering tips as well.
It would be well, if you're using a metering tip, it might not be siphoning enough soap. It could also be a clogged filter in your foam cannon. It could be hard water. If it foamed before and now it's not foaming, it's probably a clogged tip or clogged filter in your foam cannon. Okay. I will say that this stuff's not washing off very well. You know, it doesn't want to come off the surface. I don't know if that's because of how contaminated we are or what. The clay feels really hard. Maybe let's get a new piece. Maybe this one's clogged up. Let's try medium. Ease that up a little bit. Let's see if we can get it out. Well, I guess I've used medium too. I want a fresh new piece for this. It's so cold that nothing wants to let go. Okay. There we go. So the difference between a clay bar and synthetic clay, if I drop this on the ground, maybe not so much on the Swiss tracks, but a clay bar doesn't have the reusability. Like I can't just wash it. You know, if you get a bunch of nasty stuff in it, you've got to toss it. So it's not as long-term usable as the sponge is. So now what I've got McKee's N914 diluted 128 to 1. And I'm going to use lots of clay lubricant. There's no such thing. You can't use too much. And I'm going to use this abrasive on the surface to remove any contaminants, embedded contaminants. So we got the iron particles off, if there were any, with the chemical, with the iron remover. And now we're getting any of the embedded gunk on the surface to make it smooth. So let's see, a little bit of dirt. It's not as dirty as I thought. So the nice part about breaking this giant truck up is I'll do this one front section. It's so funny. This thing doesn't have a frickin' rock chip on it. No PPF. Apparently no coating on it either. And the paint's gonna come out beautifully. Makes me second guess all my life decisions. Got a leak somewhere I gotta figure out. This Solo sprayer is freaking awesome. So I'm not using any pressure. Just letting the clay do its job. Rotating it, kneading it, flipping it. You know what? It doesn't need clay. If you can get around using a clay bar and use the darn clay sponge, you always want to. You should, this is broken in already, but you should break it in on the glass. Look at how much faster this is too. This surface is not smooth, so can't clay that. Can clay the headlights. Can't clay this because it's porous.
All right, Matt, a question from Spencer. He says, if you were a business owner looking to buy something from the OG store as a tax write-off, what would you recommend? Core 59s?
I mean, really anything could be a write-off, I guess, if you can apply it to business. Something like Core 59s should be depreciated and not written off. A consumable, see, if you wanted to be on the up and up with the IRS, you know, the Core 59 should be an asset, not a cost of goods. So it should be book entried as an asset. That would be, you'd take a Section 179 deduction, which you could depreciate 80% of it all at once. So if you want the biggest benefit, you would want to buy a bunch of stuff that you could technically just write off 100% as a cost of good. Which you could probably get away with, like polishers and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, you could probably justify, I think, it'd be a tough sell, but you could probably justify an audio system for your garage setup. Could be viable. I mean, if you're not audited, it doesn't really matter, but at some point that's something that could be disallowed if you're not entering it properly.
All right, next question for you. Functional garage would like to know, what would you consider a good size for a 3-car garage to also have space for a washing area separately?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to need like a 40-foot wide by, you know, the deeper you can go, the better. You know, say 28 feet deep or something like that would be ideal. If you want like a dedicated washing area, you're going to want some depth so you can stay away from your cabinets and stuff. And you're going to want a bit more width than like I have here. Mine's 31 feet. So I think 28 by 40 would be an ideal 3-car, oversized 3-car. So let's rinse it, and then we're done with this step. Telling you, man, this thing looks great. Total neglect. It looks fantastic. All right, so let's put our pressure washer away. We're done with this. Turn my water off, get the hose out. I'll let that drip dry a little bit. We're gonna blow it off to some extent, but the blowing off isn't gonna do much because they've got all this, we don't have anything on the surface. Are we done?
One more question for you, Matt. This is from Buff Stuff. He says, picked up a K1322 a few weeks ago and can't wait to use it in the spring. Although personally, I won't be running hot water through my Krenza. I'm curious to know if or when you have used hot water.
Yeah, I've never used, I mean, all the pressure washers are rated for like 145 degrees, so that's why we don't do like the AR hot version, because it's not necessary. You know, warm water's nice on days like this when it's cold. It's also nice, like my friend John at Metropolitan Detail, who does you know, high volume, you know, prepping for coatings and paint corrections. He swears by, you know, a boiler and hot water. So it makes washing so much easier, especially if you're washing a lot of dirty stuff. But you know, if your car's coated and maintained, you know, it's not really a necessary thing. Gosh, it's kind of a nice experience wearing gloves. Maybe I should wear gloves more often. So, you know, having a boiler and doing hot water is not something that, I mean, I would certainly do it if I lived in a colder climate. So if you're anywhere sort of north of Georgia, I think I would highly consider it. Let's throw our water out here, put our buckets away, and I can feel good about it.
BN would like to know, does Michelle still have the Rivian?
No, we sold the Rivian. I didn't have anywhere to put it here. I had to get rid of something. I asked her, do you want the Rivian or the Raptor? And she said, well, you know, I like both, but I'd rather keep the Raptor. So yeah, Rivian's gone, the E36 is gone, the Evo's about to be gone, the Amiras are coming, my GT4 RS is coming, my Tesla Model S will be coming at some point, the Bronco will be here first. So Bronco's the first one to show up. Okay. Done with that. We're done with our decon soap. We can put this away. We're done with the decon soap gallon, which I didn't really even need. So put that away. So now we got to dry the car, and because I don't want to put anything on the surface, 'cause I'm about to polish. We're going to just dry it with a regular towel. Actually, blowing it off probably isn't going to do much. Let's try it. We can at least get it out of the cracks and crevices. Help us out. I don't need these foam cannons. These can get put away. What the heck? That.
Matt, we have a viewer who would like to know what you're going to do lift-wise in this garage.
No lift in this garage. I'm putting a lift in down the street, so no lift in this one. All right, be right back with you here. It's gonna get loud. So then you take a large drying towel, these guys, and we're going to get it dry the rest of the way. Now we're prepped for polishing. What I normally would do in a decon is I would decon it today and then start polishing tomorrow. That way all of the water is able to evaporate, but we don't have time for that here today, so we're going to go right into it.
All right, while you're drying, Matt, I have a handful more questions for you. Maurice wants to know, have you tried Pan the Organizer's products, and if so, what'd you think of them?
No, I haven't. I told him I don't want to try them. What happens if I don't like him? And he's not going to like me. No, I don't know. I'm sure I'll get him at some point, but I'm waiting for version 13 from him versus version 1. The likelihood of version 1 being the best on the planet is virtually zero. So I'm going to wait for more iterations, and I'm waiting for him to tell me he says he's ready. I say, I don't think you're ready for me yet.
All right, next question for you. This is from R.A. He says, you store your foam cannon with products in them without cleaning them?
Yeah, always. Yeah, there's no ill effect to that. The only reason to, if you were using diluted soap, I've talked about this a lot. So if we were doing diluted, let me get a little N914 here. So if I had taken just tap water and diluted GSF, like a pH neutral soap, the little bit of detergents in that soap are going to attack the minerals in the water, and so then that soap isn't going to foam very well in the future. But otherwise, you can just leave it in there.
All right, Brian Bailey wants to know, he says, Matt, I need help in home theater audio. What is the best sound bar in your opinion?
The Sennheiser Ambio Max, I think, is the best overall sound bar. If you're going to do a receiver, there's tons of them. But if you're not doing if you're not doing an amplifier and you just want like a self-contained sound bar, the Sennheiser Ambio Max is the best one, I think.
Yeah, the Ambio is actually in our store, and it's on sale right now, so you can get it for a little over $250 off right now. If you're an Inside the Hex member, free shipping, all that kind of stuff.
A couple of embedded bugs here getting off. This is N914. Apparently I didn't get it with the clay.
All right, one more question for you from Sean Clark. He says, planning on ProSlat Lux cabinets plus tools, but after your comments and experiencing the MSS Plus in Helen last week, I am second guessing. With the Sonic Tool Credit promo, would pricing be similar?
If you have the budget for MSS Plus, do MSS Plus. I did these so I could show people what a slightly less expensive version, and if you're not like a tool junkie and you just want nice tools, then you can't go wrong with the Sonic foam inlays. So, and even then, the Sonic foam inlays are still nicer than than the setup that I'm putting together with the tool grid. So I'd say if you have the money, do the darn MSS Plus.
Also, Sean, if you have any questions like that, you can email design@Obsessed Garage, and they'll be able to answer any of those questions and kind of help you through that process. They're all hands on deck this weekend.
Gosh, some very nasty bugs on here. How did I not get these off? All right, I need to get the clay back out here. This is not good. This is what happens when you don't wash the car for a year. This is something you can certainly do after the wash process. You can always go back and revisit some areas that are troublesome.
One decon related question from Gabe. He wants to know, this is not our friend Gabe, this is another Gabe, but he wants to know, is there any sense in doing a decon wash to a coated car?
I don't think so. I mean, if you use something aggressive, like if you use a, what is that, Car Pro's, what's their more aggressive version? Lift, D-scale, yeah. Those can make a difference. You know what I want here? I want some darn Tarex for some of these bugs that have been sitting on here a long time. There we go. So this is another part of the process, is to get a little Tarex out and get any kind of deeper embedded bugs or stuff like that off the surface. They're looking pretty darn good though on this thing.
Scott Willis wants to know how much for the Raptor.
I don't know. How much are these worth? Somebody look it up. Is it like 40 grand maybe?
I think it's worth a smidge more than 40 grand.
Is it? Is it?
The way you have it set up, at least.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, how much are these worth? Somebody tell them. 76,000 miles, about to be dialed in. But this is not, remember, this is not a Matt Mormon car. So this is a Michelle Mormon car. It's a different level here. This is a Matt Mormon assisted but neglected car. And I don't know that Michelle's ready to sell it yet, so she's not sure she's going to want to drive the Bronco. She likes not having the pressure, of like just having a car you can just not worry about.
So a stock Raptor, same year, similar mileage, is going for about 45 to 48.
Okay, there you go. I told you. So I mean, I think a stock would be worth a little bit more. This one's not. I mean, the intercooler and stuff is nice. The front bumper needs to be replaced because this bumper sucks balls. It's ugly as crap. It really needs devers in the rear. Jeez, this bug is really embedded. God dang it. So if we had, devers aren't crazy expensive. All right, the rest of these bugs are just gonna have to get polished off. All right. Let's look at a darn front bumper. This bumper is terrible.
All right. Quick question for you. Somebody had mentioned they saw you using Stoner's glass cleaner and traceless. When would you use one over the other?
If you're doing something bulk, like if I'm cleaning my counters, I'm using Stoners. You know, if something that isn't super critical. If I'm doing any kind of TV screen or computer screen, I'm going to use traceless over Stoners. If there's anything with any kind of grease on it, you know, if it's not like super, like if it's got some oils, then I'm going to use the Stoners. But most of the time we're going to use traceless. What is traceless? 25 bucks a bottle? Yeah, 18 a bottle versus 6. So, you know, it's quite a bit more expensive to use, but I mean, I guess 18 isn't crazy expensive. So, I'm going to use it most of the time. Okay, so now I'm going to pull this thing forward a little. I don't have a mess on my hands, so I don't need this. Iron remover is done. Clay lube's done. Tarex is done. We're gonna need this. We don't need drying aid. We don't need McKees. Well, that's good. These towels are done. Clay lube's good. What we do need is eraser. Oh, we do have Tarex in gallons now too. We didn't always have that. So that's a good thing to have. Let's put the clay bars away. All right.
Quick audio question for you, Matt. Bill asks, he says, I bought a couple of 8-inch Studio Series custom install speakers. I'm running a power node. Question, what subwoofer would you pair with those in a 30-foot by 30-foot shop?
I'd probably get an SVS SB 2000 or 3000 for that. And in a perfect world, I'd rather have 2 SB 2000s than 1 SB 3000. So that would be a pretty sweet setup. If you could fit it, I would do a JTR RS1 or 2 RS1s would be sick. That would be the ultimate setup. Okay, we're done with this. Put these towels away. Don't need these brushes, and we're looking sharp here, people. And my stupid thing, I need to put some spacers on it. Okay. What are we talking about here? What the heck is he talking about? I don't know who this is. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Got this. This is good. We'll have this here. All right, so we need some polishing towels. So I got two types of towels. We'll just get them all out here so we have them here ready to go. We are very likely going to just do Griot's fast correcting cream here, would be my guess. I do need to tape, so we need some 3M precision tape here. So I need to tape some of this off. So we got 1 inch and 2 inch. Actually, use our old 2-inch roll. Use this first. I do need some eraser. Let's put our new eraser label on here. Surface Prep. So I've got eraser, which is this. And I've got panel wipe, which is this. So panel wipe in this one, eraser in this one. So let's put our label on here. Set this here like this. Find our seam. Normally I don't do these with a bottle filled, but where's our seam? Seam's right there. A little too low. Let's do that again. That looks better.
So Kip would like to know, how do you choose between Cut Max and Griot's fast correcting cream?
I mean, normally you would do a test spot. This is but either one's going to work. I mean, if I have the choice, I'm always going to use Griot's over fast correcting cream. It's just a better user experience. Man, that looks so good. So yeah, I mean, it's a hunch, but you know, I may use either one or the other, and it may not work. So on this, it should be pretty simple. This is a gray paint that I know is pretty forgiving. I leave the key in it. Yep. That way we'll have a little better light as well. Okay. Get out of here, bug. Ah, I knew that would happen. I got a little bit of clay bar smudgeroo. You can see the failed coating on here. You're not going to be able to see it on camera, but so I'm going to tape this, and I need to tape the headlights, and I'll tape this trim here as well, and then we'll get to work. So before I do that, let's do a little bit of, I find that oftentimes it feels better. I do a little bit of surface prep. Let's do a little carpo eraser to clean the surface after my decon.
Matt, question for you. Johnny wants to know if he can come and pick up his items that he purchases. He's only 20 minutes away, and he's not sure how he feels about paying for shipping.
For sure. Yep. I would suggest don't order them, just come to the store. You know, that way they don't accidentally ship them. I mean, it's not going to happen right now because of the, you know, the amount of shipments that they're working on, but yeah, come on over. They're there, they'll be there all day. Chris will help you, somebody will help you get whatever you need, and then you don't have to pay for shipping. Be sweet. Although it is free shipping, but gonna clean this up here. Yeah, this is gonna feel way better having a clean vehicle. Just do it one piece at a time. What's the over-under on how many months it's going to take me to get this whole thing done, though? After today, do I actually do it? I think I will.
Could do one section per quarter, Matt.
Yeah, take me a whole year. And then I got to start over because then the front clip has failed.
Good one.
Okay. So now, let's do a little bit of taping here. Let's take our 2-inch tape. Never, if you don't want your headlights to fail, do not polish them. Do not hit it with a polish. Don't get anywhere near it with a polish. As soon as you do, it'll haze over and be freaking ruined. So always tape your headlights.
Matt, could you actually talk a little bit about the tape you're using and kind of explain why that one as opposed to just standard blue painter's tape?
So blue painter's tape will work. It works fine. It can oftentimes leave a little bit of residue. The problem with the major problem is when you're polishing next to it, this won't lift, so you won't have residue coming off the tape, off the top side of the tape. It's not that much more than blue painter's tape, and doesn't leave any kind of stickiness behind. I mean, painter's tape usually doesn't either, and I've used tons of different tape. But you know, in a perfect world, this is the best tape because as you go over it with a polisher, it won't pick up any residue on the top side of it. So that's the main purpose for it. I've tried all different types of tape. Search the darn world to have a better taping experience, and this is the best.
All right, another viewer wants to know, when polishing a pearl or white car, how would you determine the correcting compound for a single stage? He says he is a total noob at polishing.
I don't think single-step polishing for the first time is really practical. So I think you're going to want to polish 2 steps, no matter what. I'm going to polish 2 steps here. Very rarely can I get away with a single step and get the result I'm hoping to get. So I think you would just resign yourself to, you're going to do a compounding stage and you're going to do a finishing stage. And I find the simplest and easiest stuff to use Griot's Fast Correcting Cream or Jescar Correction Compound, and then follow with Sonex Perfect Finish and you'll be dialed. So I would highly recommend doing a 2-step process over trying to get by with one. you're just compromising doing it that way. It takes less time, but the way to tell if you're doing all right, white is pretty forgiving, but the way to tell is, you just have a light. In this case, I can pretty much just use the Cree lights, but I'm going to go grab a scan grip light as well. You just want to look at your work. The problem is when you're new, you don't really know what you're looking at. That's the tricky part. So you look at the paint beforehand and look at it afterhand, and then if it's making some improvement after you've polished, then you're making some progress. If you don't know what you're doing and you just make 4 simple sets of crosshatch passes, so 2 left to right, 2 up and down, you're going to make an improvement. Even if you're not perfecting it, you're going to get darn close to it by using that combination of the two-step polishing process. You can also tell you've done a good job deconning when the tape sticks and the water sits. So this paint is ready to polish. It's asking to be polished.
Quick little announcement for the stream. So we actually have a lot of questions coming through, and we're picking out the ones that seem to be like mostly on topic and things, but we're showing the stream schedule right now. So if you have a question and it's not getting answered, you can come back at 4:30, and that's when we'll rapid fire through questions. A lot of these are more technical.
Where are we at today in sales? Let's see. 143,000. That's pretty sweet. I think average on the Saturday following Black Friday, we normally do like 200,000 to 300,000 in sales. So it sounds like we're on track to have a good day.
All right, so on the topic of headlights, what would you do if you got a small amount of like oxidation on them?
And you're screwed. If you're asking what I would do, I would buy new headlights, right? If you're asking what most people would do, then you're gonna have to sand it, polish it, remove all the UV coat, and then you're gonna need to clear it, re-clear it. If you don't re-clear it, and if you just coat it or just wax it, you're gonna end up with a few weeks or months before you need to do it again. So shifted perspective, if you Google or you search on YouTube, shifted perspective, 2K clear or shifted perspective headlight restoration, Brandon has a good video, I think the best video on how to restore your headlights. It's the Mike F process. Me, get BMWparts.com, suncoastporsche.com, whatever car I have, order new headlights, start over. Because they're never gonna look the same no matter what you freaking do. That's why I'm taping them. Okay, that's good. Let me tape this top section here.
All right, Matt, if you had to pick one pressure washer of these 3 for now, what would you go with? I think you might have already answered this question by what's on the wall, but they asked between a Comet, an Active 2.0, or an Active 2.3.
Active 2.3 is junk, so get rid of that. A Comet for sure. Yeah, no Active 2.3s. But I mean, you'd want to throw the AR in there because that, you know, a Krenzler doesn't have. And the AR, even though the AR is also Italian, it's pretty, because it's a triplex pump instead of a radioaxial pump, it is freaking bulletproof, that thing. So notice I'm not like super concerned about taping here. It's not like it doesn't have to be precision taping. It's just get the tape on there in a relatively straight-ish line so that way I don't get polish on the porous plastic surfaces. Gosh, this thing is big. But this is going to be a quick polish. It's going to be pretty easy to do.
So we've had a few questions come in just about shipping and like general discounts and stuff. Do you mind going over like what some of the discounts we're offering are, and also
So if you become a Heck Plus member, you get access to all of my vlogs that I do, the business, personal vlog stuff, my Yankee stuffing recipe. You get 10% off free shipping all year. If you become a Hex Plus member, if you're about to buy a bunch of stuff, it might be worth it. Become one today. You'll be a Hex Plus member for the whole year, so you get to watch all the vlogs and all that stuff. And you get priority. So we always prioritize shipping out, you know, the Hex Plus people. But you're getting an extra 5% off, so you get 15% off free shipping. If you're not a Hex Plus member and you don't want to become one, the current Black Friday sale is 10% off, free shipping over $250. Whereas a Hex Plus member, it's, you know, and no matter what you order, we're shipping for free. There is no such thing as free shipping. It means that I have to frickin' pay for it. So keep that in mind when you're a Hex Plus member. We have our flash sale site, our section on the site as well, where we have some deals on some unique and interesting things, and other things that we just have, like we have Tool Grid with extra, you know, like 20% off. We have some other like new launch stuff there as well. Milwaukee accessory kits, stuff like that, are on special deal. We'll have some more flash sale stuff coming over the course of the next couple of days. So make sure you're checking that out. So more stuff will be added to the flash sale site today, tomorrow, and I guess nothing we added today, but tomorrow and Monday we'll be adding some extra stuff. I think that's about the extent of it. Sonic, MSS Plus, Rupes. There's a few things that aren't on sale. Russo cabinets. The other thing that we're doing with design, because design, you know, like if you needed your switch tracks designed or you were looking at, you know, a big cabinet array or something like that, you'll want to reach out to design. So go to the design section of the site, fill it out, they'll reach out to you. And if for some reason you guys can't link up in time, we're extending the sale for design clients for the full week, next week. Does that answer it? I think that covers it. There's that. Taping off this little section. Inch here for this. What's this grill one? Yeah, I'll just take this darn grill off. that. All right, so once I finish this, we're ready to polish. Once we're done polishing, we can coat. And then we can start to dig into some leather care this afternoon. Is the plan. I'll do one seat at a time as well. One door panel. What I'll end up doing is saying, fire sale, non-detailed Raptor, extra 5,000 off. You detail it yourself. That piece is not going to work. Come on. Last one. I'm not worried about taping that.
All right, Johnny would like to know, when is the next garage giveaway?
I don't have one planned.
Do you think we're going to do another garage giveaway?
I don't know. Probably. But we got the Amiras that we're doing, so that's... So, I mean, the earliest we would do another garage giveaway would be like fall next year. Okay, done. So, let's get our polishers out. Let me sneak in here. This. So we got the Merca, the new version 2 LE. These guys can go somewhere else. Let's get our hybrids out and get our charging station set up here. Get this out. These guys. Milwaukee. Crap, I don't have a something to blow out pads. That means we're just going to have to use more of them. This, these, this. Okay. Get my Merca charger set up as well. Do Rupes batteries work on the Merca? Huh, it does. That's cool. The Rupes and Merca battery charger is the same. Make sure this is charging. Should be good. Okay, we got a big battery as well. That's charged. This is a...
Pause for our break.
Okay. So let's take a few minutes here while I'm getting all this stuff all set up, We'll come back to you in say 15 minutes or so, and we'll start talking about the new LE version 2 polisher, and we'll talk about TestBot and all the stuff we need to do to make this happen here, to dial in the Raptor. So I'll see you in a few. There we go. All right, sorry about that again. I had my mic pack muted. So this here is the LE T4000 Mark II. It is the 5-inch backing plate. It is magical for 230 bucks. I mean, I'd polish the whole darn car with this thing. And you know me, I'm a frickin' snob. So this is like probably, I know I've said this about a lot of things the last couple of days, but this is one of the best gift ideas. If you're thinking about getting into polishing, what you want, I'd say 4 to 6 yellow Rupes wool pads, or sorry, microfiber cutting pads, Griot's fast correcting cream, a Rupes claw tool, and you're off to the races. You're hitting the ground running. So this is I think it's like a freaking 25-foot power cord. I mean, it's just really good, man, I'm telling you. So anyway, I just polished this section here, and we're just kind of rolling through this. Pretty simple. The beauty of this thing is it just wants to be flat. It wants to stay flat. Whereas, most other polishers, they have a tendency to sort of tilt back. So once you turn this thing on, I'm running at like 3,700 RPM. It's just smooth as silk. So it'd be real nice if I could blow out this pad after every pass, so I'm using a low pile polish removal towel. I always like to use low pile if it works. For some reason, some paints it just doesn't work as well. And so low pile to me is just more functional versus a towel that has more of a taller weave, I guess you could say. So this is taking a little bit of aggression here to get you can see the little sparkles from the leftover coating. And so I'm having to use this fast correcting cream and the microfiber pad to get that off the paint. As I haven't touched this very much, and so there's not a lot of scratches or anything, if any. And so most of this is just getting rid of the previous coating. So that's why I'm going to the more aggressive polish. And so one little trick you can do, kind of re-agitate your pad. Use the brush and the claw tool. A couple of dabs of polish. And we go to town. Keep it flat. Take the power cord, put it over my shoulder. I've got it set to between 38 and 32. So I've got it, right around, say, 3,600, maybe 3,500 RPM. Trigger lock, side the polish. This thing, I'm telling you guys, so good. I mean, there's a little bit of feedback, vibration feedback, a little more than I'd like through the hand. Less than the Milwaukee. Certainly more than the new Rupes HLR 15. But, man, tons of torque. I mean, I'm really leaning in to get this old Crystal Serum, whatever's left of the Crystal Serum Ultra off the surface here. Man, that looks good. And notice I'm kind of hitting the grill here, just cleaning it up. It's not really correcting, it's more just deep cleaning it. That all looks good. I think I'm getting it all off. So I've done that section, this section. I'm gonna do this section, and then we'll get the 3-inch, and we'll do the lower pile here. This polish is so good. It's super simple, very forgiving, tons of cut, finishes really well. It's pretty much perfect. Looking here. All right, never mind. Raptor's selling for $50,000 now after this. Looks pretty sharp there, people. The Cree lights make it so that I don't even need another light. Good. Get one more pass up top there with this. I'll switch to 3-inch. Let's see what happens. So if you don't have an air compressor, then you're going to need to do this. I'd probably need a dozen pads. I probably should replace this already, but let me do one more set of passes here. All right, so that's the big section. Yeah, see, this is my kind of polishing. Just polish a little bit, smaller section of the car. Do some coating. This is going to be a good, especially for a big vehicle like this, just do a little bit at a time. Yep, that looks great. So, like I'm saying, even if you didn't know what you were doing, get yourself an LE polisher. I mean, you wouldn't even need to finish this if you didn't have to. Like on certain paints like this, you could skip the darn finishing step and be insane, you know, in a much better position, look-wise. All right, so Mirka 3-inch. Sorry, I went from budget to bougie, just like that. 3-inch pad. So we're lined up. Let's prime it. Krios has the best darn polish dispenser as well. That, and then look, it's so smooth. So we go from all that noise to magic. I'm ordering my air compressor today. I don't know if I can do this any longer. I feel like I'm doing a terrible job not having the proper air compressor tool. I don't like this. Let me open this hood here. The old trick. Make a roll of tape. Put a roll of tape right here. This hood is so heavy. There we go. Just because I don't want to eat this edge. Today's the day to buy a Mirka. Every day is the day to buy a Mirka if you don't have one. I don't care if they never get a trigger lock, this thing's still the best. I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot of correcting here. I'm mainly just removing the coating. That is the one advantage of never washing the darn thing, is we don't have any toweling marks or scratches because I never washed the thing. Let's see how we're looking here. Yep, that'll do it. So those microfiber pads, if you have a air compressor, blow it out before you use it, and you won't get this extra material all over the place. Yep, that looks good. Do this section. I got extra motivation. Michelle says she's got to go somewhere. She's not driving my car, so look, I'll just take the beater. It's like, I don't like that idea. While I'm using the Merca, does anybody have any polishing questions for me? I feel like I've told everybody how to do this 1,000 times. There's nothing left to say.
We do have one question for you, Matt. While you were using the LE polisher, somebody wondered, when would you pick the Milwaukee versus the LE?
Well, the Milwaukee's battery powered, so, I mean, it's a much better user experience, much more functional experience, not having to carry the cord around. I mean, the Milwaukee is better. Actually, let me grab the Milwaukee on another section here, and I'll tell you back to back. But yeah, I mean, the LE is just purely price, you know. It's really good for what it is. I wouldn't buy the LE over, you know, a Rupes, like I said before. So it's a price play. I'm looking for good performance, professional grade performance at below consumer pricing. It's that unicorn you guys are always looking for. That usually doesn't exist.
So follow-up question to that, when or if LE comes out with a battery-powered polisher, then how do you think that would affect your decision?
The LE is going to be better than the Milwaukee, I can tell you that right now, because I already have had some experience with it. So the LE cordless is going to be somewhere in the low 400s with batteries, $400 range. It's going to be a really awesome solution.
And we had a few questions come in basically asking for your opinions or thoughts about what you're going to end up doing with Merca. Like, what do you expect to come from them, and what would you like to see?
So we're likely going to have a 3-inch trigger lock first. So hopefully it'll be a simple software update to the current ones that already exist. Then we're going to have a 5-inch in this body size. So think like Rupes Duetto size. So it's going to be this same body, but a 5-inch backing plate. So that's going to be the next thing that comes out. And then we're going to have a corded, electronically driven, gearless system like this, and a corded version. And then the final form is to make a battery-powered, full-sized, 5-inch. So that would be the last version that we come out with. So that's how it's going to work. I don't know when. I don't know how much. I just know I've got some prototypes coming right after the first of the year. I won't be able to share those with you. They'll be under NDA, so I'll have to sign some documents. But I'll probably be able to talk about it, just not show you what we're working on, at least not yet. But just look at the difference. I mean, the LE is cool, but this is incredible. I'm just sitting here having a conversation with you. There's very little, almost no vibration coming through the tool. Variable speed trigger. Just amazing, tons and tons of output. I'm at like 50%. It's so good. So what I'll do, this is not really polishable, but it cleans up better. Like, it's probably just the mineral oil in the polish. I'll do that last because it'll gunk up my pad. Let's do this section here. And tape this. Do this section. I feel like there's a kid screaming in perpetuity. At all times. I don't think I'll need a 1-inch anywhere over here. So when I do the doors, I'll just, because this is all going to be finished and coated, I'll just tape this fender off. See, what happens is a lot of this I would have just used the 5-inch, but because the Merc is so smooth and so good, I'll do much bigger areas than I normally would, just because of how good this thing is. Plus, it's great for video because then I can have a conversation with you.
Another question for you, Matt. Somebody wants to know, should they wait for the battery-powered LE or should they just go ahead and buy one right now?
I don't think so. I don't know when that is going to be viable. And, you know, I don't know how well the, version 1 of that is going to be. You know, if you're price conscious, you might want to wait for, some vetting. You know, the first version of things oftentimes has some quirks to it. So, I mean, if you need to polish something, get a polisher when you need to polish. So, and you get, so I sort of do this with everything in life is I buy a computer when I need a computer, right? I buy whatever I need when I need it instead of attempting to time everything in life. You invest your money when you have money to invest instead of attempting to time it because you're almost always going to be wrong. And then you'll just be waiting in perpetuity for everything because by the time the thing comes out you've been waiting for, that something new is already on the horizon. So I'm always inclined to, if I've got something I need to polish, I'm going to get the polisher right now. Get the best I can with the money I got. Now that philosophy might be a little different if you're talking about getting cabinets or something that's a lifetime choice. Buying a polisher is not a lifetime purchase. Chances are you'll have several polishers in your life if you start polishing stuff, if you can get into it. So yeah, I want a 3-inch Merca with a trigger lock, but I'm unwilling to wait for that. So now we'll just roll through this pad. So on this fender well, this fender flare, I'm not actually polishing anything, I'm just deep cleaning it. But I'm gonna nuke this pad here. I mean, I could wash the pad, but I'll be finished for today anyway. Especially if I go inside here. Done. Okay, that fender's done to here. I'm gonna get the 1-inch. Dig into this here.
Mikey says, imagine a blue Merca for Obsessed Garage just like Solo did.
Yep. Oh, I'm imagining it, believe me.
So do you think we'll have exclusivity on any of those things, or is that something that you're pushing for?
That's the plan. So we would do, what I'm asking for is let me be the spokesperson as well as the international distribution. Let me fulfill it. It won't be just through Obsessed Garage, it'll be at other retailers too, but those retailers will buy from me. That's what I'm looking to put that deal together. Okay, so let's do 1-inch here. Let's see, what do I want? I can DA all this. So let's do long neck, Lake Country, 1.5-inch pad, dual action. Let's see how this fits. Remember, on 1-inch, the smaller the pad, when you're talking about dual action, the more aggressive. So I can usually make a few less passes with a 1-inch. I like this garage. It feels good in here.
All right, Maurice is asking Matt, if you had to choose between two polishers, which ones should you go for if your budget is $750?
How many polishers?
Two.
Two. I would do. I'd do the Milwaukee 5-inch. Well, actually, could you swing 3? Let's see if we did $230 LE on the 5-inch. We could do a Rupes Nano long neck, which is what, $400? Yeah, what is it? Not in like the sustainer kit, but just the simple. Oh shoot. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. Can't get a single Merca. So. Yeah, I mean, I think I would just get the Milwaukee 5-inch and then save up. And then your next purchase would be the Flex. The Flex 3-inch. The XFE fit. Yeah, I mean, the ultimate choice is Milwaukee, Merca, long neck Nano. That $750 kind of puts you in a weird spot where you don't quite have enough to get two, but you have a lot more than just one. I didn't answer his question, I don't know.
Could you talk a little bit about just like the progression of polishers? Like what would be your first entry into it to have a full, complete setup?
So again, your first polisher is always going to be a 5-inch, right? So you do the 5-inch, you can get the most done with the 5-inch. For many of us, for many years, I mean, there was no 3-inch. You were just using a Porter cable or a Griot's Gen 1, Gen 2 5-inch and just kind of tucking it in as many spots as you could get it, or, you know, polishing by hand. I didn't even really know what I was doing with the polish. I thought it was just moving stuff around, thinking I was doing something back in the day. So, I mean, you need a 5-inch first, and then 3-inch, and then 1-inch. And so the way to do it would be to get, again, Merca is the ultimate goal, but just not really very practical. So I think the best corded 3-inch is the Flex XFE 12. It's XFE 7-12, I think it's called. All right, what do I need to do here? So I think I can get most of this with the Merca, actually. It's so hard now because with this 3-inch, it's so hard to imagine not having this in my life.
Simon's asking, he says, hey, Matt and Nick, have you tried the new Rupes aqua-colored pads yet?
Yeah, I don't see the point. They're not bad, but again, I'm never doing any cutting with foam. And so I don't find them to be necessary. So I didn't, I mean, yellow pad is like the only foam pad you kind of really need. I sometimes feel like I need white on some really like difficult paint to deal with, like the Brewster. But yeah, I don't think they're necessary. If you have yellow, and especially if you have wool, because yellow wool I would use in any environment where I would be considering that aqua pad. I'm not even worried about polishing this down here. Can't even see it. All right, so let's do this section.
Usman is asking, how do you determine if you have hard or soft paint?
See, I don't think that any of that really matters. If you have hard paint, it scratches easily, generally, but it's hard to correct. If you have soft paint, then it corrects out really easily, but you can usually tell if it's soft when you wipe it with a towel if it scratches again. But really, that doesn't matter. You just want to find the combination that works. So find the combination of polish and pad and towel that works. Be right back. Here. Chase, what's up, buddy? What are you doing? Getting your spunk back? You worn out after the holiday? I'm going to roll through this side. I think I'm going to do Ultra again. I'll check. I have 2 bottles of Ultra, but they may be expired. We'll see if they're any good. Crystal Serum Ultra.
Question from Car Enthusiast. He said, I don't polish often, but when I do, it's my 991. What is the best minimal polishing setup?
The best? You want this polish, this pad. So Griot's Fast Correcting Cream, yellow Rupes. You want yellow foam. Sonax Perfect Finish, which is exactly what I'm going to use here. Should work for 98% of applications. You want some polish removal towels. You need some tape. 5-inch Milwaukee, 3-inch Mirka, 1-inch long neck Nano. Isn't that our advanced package, basically?
I was about to say you basically just named the exact polishing package, the basic one.
Yeah.
So we're showing that up on the screen just now, so you can go ahead and get that one on the website. That
gets you started. If you don't have that kind of coin, just take that list of things and substitute the LE. Just look at how much it's just such a better user experience. I mean, this darn 3-inch, if they made a 5-inch, it would add like 10 years to your polishing life cycle. If you're a professional, just doesn't hurt your ears as much, doesn't beat you up. It's great. If you're a professional and you haven't bought this, you're nuts. You need this thing. You know, the only reason I'm doing this is because Tommy wanted me to talk about the LE. Now, I needed to get this done. This looks great. It's super satisfying when you get to see the progress of, like, look how shiny that is. Beautiful. I'm going to ditch another pad, so I told you, be rifling through pads if you don't have a polisher. Another little trick with polishing, make sure you're shaking your polish up often, even during the process.
Mikey wants to know if you've used the new Rupes, the battery-powered one.
Yep, I have it somewhere. It's missing, but I have it somewhere. It's okay. I still think I like the Milwaukee better. The Rupes is smoother, but the ergonomics are better, except for when the battery's in the way. Yeah, I don't need the 1-inch here. The 3-inch gets everything done. I need to get done right here. So what we're going to do this final compounding, which is primarily coating removal, maybe a little bit of correction, and then we're going to follow with our finish polish. I'm going to do that much quicker, and then we're going to coat it, and we might get Michelle on her way when she wants to. This will be good.
So Ryan is wanting to know if he should polish his gloss black wheels before he applies Armor Detail Supply, and how you would go about polishing gloss black wheels.
I mean, yeah, that's a real hard one to do. I wouldn't. I just squint, close my eyes, pretend that they're perfect, and not mess with them, just coat them. So clean them up really well with surface prep, eraser, and then coat them. Because I don't know how you're going to get in all those cracks and crevices unless you're going to use a extension on the 1-inch rotary and spend 30 hours on it. I don't think you're going to want to do that.
All right, Maurice is asking if the LE Mark II and a Rupes Nano long neck is a good starter option.
Yep, that would be great. Because then you could certainly get to everything, and then the 3-inch becomes the future convenience for you. So, well said. That's probably a great starting point. I mean, if you want to save some money, the LE 1-inch isn't terrible. I mean, we have it in the store. It's not as good as the 5-inch is, you know, proportionally, but what is it, 200 and something bucks, battery powered. It, you know, in some ways is better than the Rupes. It doesn't stall as much, but it's just kind of clunky in comparison. It's not as elegant.
Yeah, the LE 1-inch is $230.
Yep.
Which you could, of course, get 15% off of that now, so it'll be under 100 or under 200.
Last little section here.
Luke has a comment for you. He says, I don't understand why Mirka has not made the 5-inch. With the feedback they've received on the 3-inch, I feel like it'd be a no-brainer.
They're working on it. Remember, these are Europeans here we're talking about. They're not Americans. They take their sweet old time on everything they do. They got to take their vacations. You got to take your paternity leave. You got to, you've got to, if you prick your finger, you got to take a month off to recover. The Europeans are not, they're not driven by madness like us Americans. They're probably better for it. But it is frustrating when you're trying to get anything done. I don't think a European would sit here and live stream for 8 hours on a Saturday, that's for sure. Or while everybody's having Thanksgiving, I'm editing my Inside the Hex videos.
So speaking of Thanksgiving, Simon asked, how did the turkey stuffing turn out? It looked improvised.
It was the best I've ever made, actually. It's really good. Yeah, best bread, best seasoning. It was great. I'm not just telling you, like, I thought for sure, I'm like, this is gonna be terrible. But no, it was the best one I've ever made. It was awesome. It was that Italian bread, man. That was the key. It's so much better. All right, gonna do this section. We're looking good. I'm just gonna nurse this pad.
All right, Uzman wants to know, what wheel coatings would you recommend for gloss and matte finishes, specifically in a cold winter climate?
Yeah, Armor on both. It'll work for both of them. It's the best wheel coating by a long shot. So Armor Detail Supply wheel coating is the best. And I would do that on either one.
So Luke wants to know, did you use the same microfiber towel for the entire front clip for wiping
No.
the polish off?
This is the second one.
When do
So I'm
you,
on my third pad and my second towel.
do you have like a system of when you change out towels, or is it just kind of a feeling?
It's gut. Pure gut feel. Whenever the towel starts to feel a little funky. Okay. Let me just polish this edge of this thing. I'm going to use the 5-inch pad. It's way quicker. So the compounding on the front clip is done. I want to just nuke this a little bit here. A little deep cleaning. Battery swap. So that's how long the little 2.5 amp hour battery lasts, whatever that was. Thought I had 2 of them, but apparently I don't. That's some real hacky cleaning right there.
So Mikey is asking, what will be your final pressure washer solution in this garage be?
Dual Krensla with the OGDI system. Okay. Let me do. Just do that fender with a 5-inch here, and we'll go to finish polishing. All right, grab some yellow pads. See what that does, just cleans it off. Gunk. So I used 3. I only used 1 5-inch. Yeah, 1 5-inch pad, 3 3-inch pads, and 1 1-inch pad on that front clip there. So let's say that's 1/3 of the car. So I would need probably, again, a dozen 3-inchers, probably 6. And I'd say, as I did the bigger panels. But if I was able to blow out the pads, it would, I'd use less. Okay, so now the finish polishing step is quite a bit quicker, less discerning. On this griot's and this paint, it's almost unnecessary, but it will jewel it up a little bit, make it look pretty. So we're gonna do it. But I'm not really gonna worry much about down here, mainly just the bulk areas. So I'm gonna get another towel. Let me grab a couple pads. Let me jump on here. Probably only need 1 of each. And let's go Milwaukee. Perfect finish right here. Now, perfect finish, you want to make sure you really shake it up. Somebody in the group was talking about dusting the other day. And perfect finish is dusting a lot. I find that it dusts a lot if it's not shaken up well and shaken up often.
So we got a question from a viewer named Robert. He says, "Hey Matt, not sure if I misunderstood you, but I remember a while ago you were saying you're going to build a workshop for mountain bikes in Helen. What is the status of that?"
I haven't ordered the cabinets yet, but I'm going to try to do it this winter. I'm taking the other mountain bikes up there, and then the basement closet is where we're going to make it our mountain bike closet. I'm going to do lighting, Swiss tracks, cabinets, bike mounts, all that kind of stuff.
We have another viewer who says, "I'm wondering what criteria you consider when determining whether to use a microfiber pad versus just a polishing pad."
Well, again, you really need to do a test spot. I've already polished this thing twice, so I know exactly. And actually, I had a blue one too, which I polished, which is pretty much the same paint. So you kind of figure out what works. But again, you can just go with a simple formula of microfiber for cutting and foam for finishing. See, I'm doing much larger areas. I'll scrub the pad. Nothing better than wiping off perfect finish. Beautiful.
All right, Matt, we have a pressure washing question. Chris says, I'm trying to decide between the Crinzla 1322 or the 1122 Ultimate. Without wall mounting, which would be the best option? Is the OG pressure washer better than the Crinzla?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not wall mounting it, I don't want to have to lug around the 1322. The only reason I'd buy the 1322 in a portable situation is if I had like a cabinet specifically that I wanted to be able to fit it in. But I'd always rather have the 1122 if I'm doing anything portable. Having to sort of wind up the hose and stuff would be annoying.
He was also asking about the different hoses. So how does like the Crinzla hose compare to the OG one?
Yeah, I mean, the Crinzla hose is not nearly as good, but it's, you know, it's reasonably decent. So I think that'd be the one deficiency, but I'd hate to have to wrap up the hose. You know, we'll coil it up. You could buy a portable Cox hose reel, but again, I think the best situation would be to have the 1122 for that. The heck. Now you can tell that I'm getting lazy polishing here. I'm just rolling the 5-inch. You just get the whole thing done. Yeah. It already looks so good. This paint really reacted extremely well to the griots. So you can pull your tape as you're finishing the finished polish. We're going to do a really good deep cleaning with some surface prep here so that way we can coat everything in this section.
So Evan is asking, what order do you think you should start buying things for your home and for your garage? I guess he's looking for like a progression guide and upgrading your garage and your home.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm a garage first kind of guy, you know, so if I have like acceptable furniture and stuff like that, I'm gonna, at least that's the way I always did it. You know, if your wife doesn't give a crap like mine, then I'm gonna do the garage first. So I think you do garage, and you get into like kitchen appliances and utensils and stuff like that. Then you do your home theater and electronics, your desk, you know, if the desk is important to you, that would be next. You know, generally in my situation, I never really got any of that stuff done before I went and got a new house, you know. So if you're in a house where you're gonna be in it long term, then I think that step-by-step process would matter a little bit more. Chase, cut it out, buddy. He's always picking fights. The other dogs never bark back at him though, it's funny. They're not intimidated. So we're gonna coat the headlights as well. I'm not gonna coat this bumper, I'm telling you. Tonight, I'm ordering a bumper. I'm gonna do the like the frame horns aren't cut on this car. So I'm gonna order a, one way I don't have to cut the frame. Looks good. You know what? It'll be better if I just put this thing down. Okay. Get another towel here since I just got that one all goofed up. Man, that looks so good. Who needs to wash their car? Just polish it once every couple of years. Look at that. All right, so I have to do this section. You can definitely see, well, you can't, but I can definitely see it looks darker, deeper, richer on the right than it does on the left. If this was like a darker finish, then you'd absolutely have to do the finished polish part.
All right, Spencer is asking if there is a rebuild kit for the Grios foam cannon. He's blown through about 3 of those screens.
Yep. It's right here. The Boss Foam Cannon Rebuild Kit. Means you must have some pretty nasty water. Because I never actually had to use that kit.
Yeah, he let us know that he was using a degreaser in it. And that's why it was messing it up.
Yeah. Almost there. I'm reaching my limit of polishing. 2 hours of polishing. 1/3 of the car. That's because I don't normally decon and polish the same day. Oh man. That makes it all worth it right there though. Look at that thing. It's gonna be funny. Be driving around, it's like a mullet, right? Business up front, dirt in the back.
Our friend Brian Ultimus is in the chat, and he says, Ultimus ready. I don't know if he wants to buy the Raptor off of you. Give him that deal you were given earlier.
He's he needs to be placing some substantial orders to get his list done. Asking if he finished up all his purchases. I sent him a $28,000 list.
Deagle wants to know, how do I tell my wife to buy me the ultimate master collection?
So you do what I said. You go to her, you say, look, you tell her the best story you have when you were like 8 years old or whatever, whatever it was, your best Christmas ever. You say, I have a way that you could deliver this to me again. Here's the link. It's our money together anyway, so, I'm kind of buying this for myself. But go to obsessedgarage.com. Here's the link. You're saving, you need to really emphasize the savings on this, right? You're saving, 20-something thousand bucks or something like that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. And you tell her, look, I won't open it till Christmas, but I need you to wrap all this stuff. Don't you love wrapping all this stuff and having, seeing everybody's face? Well, this is the way to see that 8-year-old face again. Something like that. Maybe a little bit more eloquent. All right, done. So now, you take all the tape off. So one pad. Probably should have used 2, but I really needed 1.5 pads. So you're gonna get all the tape off, get all the polish off. And I wanna do a really solid panel wipe cleaning here, especially all the plastics and stuff. We're not going to mess around with the front bumper because we're going to redo that. We should probably just go order that bumper together on camera so that way I actually get it done. And then we'll make Mike put it on, so that'll be good. I think it's a pretty simple install. Well, everything's a simple install when I don't have to do it.
All right, Manny from the support team is chiming in. He said he's sick of the polishing questions. So he said, what do you think Obsessed Garage represents beyond just the cars and the products?
I think it's a culture. It's a certain subset of a human that is pursuing better. I feel like I wasted all of my eloquence yesterday. I'm not processing very well here today. Polishing is a little bit more intensive as far as than what we do. I don't even remember what we were doing yesterday, but whatever it was we were doing, it was real easy. This requires a little bit more thought. So I think that the reason why it resonates, I talked about this in the Q&A a lot last night, was that people believe me because I am not putting on here. And so I think most people see some of themselves in the stuff, the videos that we're making, and they can relate. So it becomes, even though what we're doing and what I'm working on, generally speaking, isn't very relatable, in this fancy garage with the fancy cars, it's not relatable to everybody. But I think the discussion, the struggle, the pursuit is the relatable part. to, again, a certain subset of people. And so the people that resonate with that, you're really bought in. And so this pursuit of functional excellence is a motto and sort of a, I guess, a theme of what we're all hoping to achieve or hoping to pursue in life. And so Obsessed Garage speaks to that. And then I've said this a bunch of times to the people that I've pitched about doing the design studio here. Not only do they not have what we're going to create here locally, it doesn't exist in the world. And so I was just thinking about this while I was polishing. I'm like, we're doing these weird 8-hour live streams. Like all the stuff that we do, like I can't remember ever like watching what somebody else was doing and saying, I want to do that. I'm always just kind of doing what feels right and what seems right to me, and so there's an originality to this uniqueness or this chaos, this unique chaos that, I guess, the organization of the chaos that Obsessed Garage represents. In other words, I don't know. Maybe Q&A. By Q&A tonight, I'll be back because I'm feeling a little stupid at the moment. That's the only word I can describe. I can't tell you what polisher to buy. Can't tell you what polish process to use. It's just something's not connected in my brain here today. Okay, so let's do surface prep. This is panel wipe. And then I'm going to use some bigger towels. So I'm going to use the high pile drying towel. I want to really hammer down on this black plastic here to get that clean because I do want to coat that. Obviously we couldn't polish that, and so there will probably be some residual coating left over on here, but stupid. Let's see here. There's a little bit of chalkiness to this. You do want to be careful with panel wipe on certain cars. This one should be okay. Yeah, shoot. It's not looking good. I don't like that. I don't know if the coating is going to be enough. I think I might need a solution finish this. See, there's like a white chalkiness here. I do not like. In Matt Mormon world, that means getfordparts.com, new part. And that's usually when Scott Ailes calls me and says, I can restore that. I said, I don't want to restore it. I just want new. Yeah. This is beyond the scope of what I want to do right now. Let's see where my sales are at, if I can quit or not. This will tell me. have to do something else, buddy. I'm busy. Yeah, we haven't even hit 200,000. I need to keep working. There's a direct correlation to sales and how much pain and suffering I go through, I believe. That's pretty good. No, I'll just panel wipe the whole thing, I think. All right, it's pretty good. That's as good as it's gonna get. What do you think, Chase? You guys should- Okay. Let's go do the other side. While I'm over here, I'll do this section.
All right, Alan is asking your opinion on buying a new construction house. He says, I'm looking at buying a home, but I'm not a big fan of the older designs. They're way too outdated.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm always buying new if I can. New is always better. Almost always better.
Edmonds is wanting to know, when are you taking delivery of the Amira? Or I should say the Amiras.
Amiras come in March or April, they said, as the ETA. I think they were January build allocations. Okay, looking pretty good. Should be really careful with panel wipe. But I know it's okay on this paint. Some paints it can cause some damage. So you're always better off spraying on a towel rather than on the paint, but I'm safe here. I just want this really aggressive cleaner so that way I can get a nice solid bond with my coating. And I'm gonna check out, I wanna do Ultra, Crystal Serum Ultra if I have. I have to check my bottles, they're kind of old, so I need to make sure they're good. Get this side. Let's put this down here.
All right, Maurice would like to know, will there come a time when you can order products from OG in the UK?
Yep. We're working on it. Goal would be, well, as soon as possible, but I think 2026. So not next year, but the following would be likely. I'm hoping to have press all there sooner, like in the next few months. And then maybe we can use that, leverage that to get the rest of the product over there.
Yeah, so Maurice, you can actually order stuff right now and get it shipped over there. It's just that shipping is going to be a little bit expensive because it has to come all the way from the States. Oh, he clarified, not the UK, but the EU.
Yeah, same thing. We'll probably be in both sections, both at the same time. Yeah, this sucks. This is why we don't work on dirty cars. It's no fun.
So Matt, are you just going to apply CSL Exo to everything, or are you just like including the black plastic?
Yep. That's why I'm doing the black plastic cleaning here, so I can coat it as well. But you don't. It doesn't do any good if it's not super clean, because it's not gonna adhere. So that's why I'm going through this effort to try to clean it up as much as I can.
Yeah, Matt, they're pulling for you in the chat. Somebody said, "Someone go help Matt, please."
Yeah. There's no helping me. I'm committed. You got to do it. Okay. There we go. I don't know how well the coating is going to clean this up.
Simon would like to know if there's any ETA for Mr. Mike's outdoor kitchen.
I don't know. You have to ask him. I think he's got all the stuff, doesn't he?
I was gonna say, I think he's already working on it, like on his own, or he just has all the stuff there. I'm not sure. Okay, so he has the stuff. He's painting.
Okay. I want to say it's as good as I can get. I'm sure I could get it better, but that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're rolling with. Nice and clean. Okay. It's starting to get hot. Yeah. I think it's time for a new Raptor. I mean, think about it. What did I pay? 75 grand for this thing? If we keep it for 3 or 4 years, it costs $5,000 or $6,000 a year. I think it's a pretty good deal. I'm starting to sweat. All right, so it's time to coat. Can we do Q&A and I just sit on a stool instead? All right, let's do it. Let's see what we got here. All right, so we got 2 boxes of CSU. Let's see if I have a date on the bottle here. Still liquid. That's good. I think we're good. All right, this is junk. So let's do the trim first. Let me do this other side first because this side's dry. So I think I'm going to want to use on the trim. I'm going to use one of these guys. A couple of gloves. You frickin' suck. Some gloves. And some towels. Use one of these and that towel. A couple of gloves here. This is the worst video I've ever made. I've lost. I'm steaming. I just lost the thought. Like what? I lost the talking. Probably. Tell me what to say. Can somebody narrate what I'm doing and I just do it? Or can somebody do it and narrate it while I watch?
If you genuinely want a hand, that can help code.
Okay, so what do I want to do here?
You want some more questions, Matt?
Yeah, let's do it.
So Maurice is asking for your opinion about the DIY detail stuff.
No, no thanks. Yeah, it's just not, I mean, when you have CarPro, Geon, Grio, I mean, you got all this amazing stuff. I don't know, I can't figure out why you guys are all searching for something different when we already have it. So I don't see the point of it. Now, if you're going to go and get taught by Nick and Ivan and kind of adopt their process, then I guess I could see that. But all the things that I've used were not best in class. So, yeah. I'm friends with all those guys, so it's kind of a weird position to be in, where you don't want to hear what my real thoughts are. So I think the thing to do the speaking for me is just look at what I'm using. That's what I think about it, about any product. So if you take a look at the products that I'm currently using, you'll know what my opinions are. That's a good thing. That's how I should phrase all this stuff. If I think something's great, it's in the store. If it's not, then I don't. Oh yeah, look at how good that looks. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Nicely done, Matt. Good job.
All right, I got a few house questions here for you. Scott asked this earlier, but he's asking again. Any recommendations for new flatware and kitchen knives?
Kitchen knives, I like Yaxle. You get them from Cutlery and More. And then for flatware, I always buy, my favorite one is very minimal, very simple, is Lennox is the brand, or Lennox.com. And the Lennox Gorham model. It's pretty inexpensive. It's not cheap, but it's not crazy. And super simple. Functions well, lasts forever. So I think that's one of those things, once you find one you like, I just kind of stick to it.
Jason is asking if there's any updates on the new kitchen cabinets.
They're amazing. I'm waiting to order, waiting for Rusty to sell his house, waiting for me to finish a bunch of products or projects. So that way eventually I can go and do the kitchen here, revamp it. But Penville cabinets, they're amazing. Can't wait to do them. We're also hopefully going to do them in the design studio as well. So that's a big yes for me. So this will go quickly once I get this little section done. This is the harder part to get to. This looks pretty good though.
So Matt, if you could just talk to us a little bit about like how you came to selecting G-Technic for ceramic coatings. Like what is it about them that you liked? What did you not like about other coatings? And why did you land on what we offer now?
So I was a long-term user of CarPro stuff. And Secrets UK, TiO2, forget what the version was before that. G-Technic wasn't really in the U.S. We just had a few. They started to come here. So Andrew Werkheiser brought them here with Rob Ale, or Rob, hired Andrew, and Andrew and the team brought it all here to the U.S. And so I got my hands on some of the products. And one of the struggles I had with coatings early on, I was a much later adopter to coatings because they're so problematic. They just didn't look good. Didn't function really all that great. They were difficult to install. Then they looked weird. That was the bigger thing for me. I wasn't so worried about the install difficulty. I just thought they looked goofy. They looked kind of fake, synthetic. Or wax gave that sort of natural look and feel to it. And so some followers, they suggest, you really need to try CSL. I was always explaining what I was looking for and why I wasn't using them. And why I didn't love some of the stuff I was using. And so then I got a hold of CSL, and I thought it looked a lot like Colonite. I thought it looked a lot like wax. And then I also hated the grabbiness of coatings. I just didn't like it if they were real sticky afterward. I wanted that same kind of feeling I got from putting Power Lock on the surface. And I get that from this coating. And again, because a coating, you're seeing this, this coating's been on here for like, 2 years maybe. And if, it needs to be redone. And so, shoot, my coating on my, whatever you call it, the frickin' gray car out there, the Evo, needs to be redone a year and a half in. And so I want the coating to have the best experience. I'm not worried about the most longevity because you're going to end up with contamination and issues anyway. So I think that the user experience, the application experience, but mainly that slickness, look, and feel of G-Technic is what I'm looking for. And when I try different coatings, I keep coming back to it. And so there's all these new brands and new coatings coming out, but there's no new tech. It's the same thing. They're doing the same thing. And so if there was some new tech, then I would expect G-Technic to evolve with it. And then if that new tech came and they didn't evolve with it, then I would make a change. But there hasn't been. Graphene is nonsense. Dang, how am I going to get in there? This freaking sucks. Yeah. Should have just done the freaking hood of the Evo. It would have been done in 20 minutes. Can't get in that corner. Freaking truck is 20 feet tall and 20 feet wide. It's all right, we're almost there. Almost halfway there.
Another home-related question. Invasion wants to know, do you have any recommendations for non-stick pans?
DeMeyer. I forget which version of DeMeyer it's called. It's like DeMeyer, it's not Atlantis, but it's something else. It's one of the DeMeyer brands. We have them. I actually just use it to cook some eggs. It's pretty sweet. Don't do any of that freaking internet marketing nonsense like Hexclad or anything like that. It's junk. You want old school, awesome. I need to go get a Q-tip to get in that little corner spot there that's driving me nuts.
So here's a question for you, Matt, from me.
Okay.
I've always wanted to know. So you always mention like these things, like these pans, and everything you buy and you find is super unique, and like I would never be able to find it online. What does your usual rabbit hole look like when you decide I want to go find a new pan or I want to find a new product? How do you start searching for it? And then how do you know that you got the right one? There's not something better out there.
Well, you never know the answer to that. So you have to be okay with punting, right? So that's the key. You have to be okay with making a mistake, getting it wrong, trying again. And so that's the first step. Knowing that you're going into it, you're probably not going to find the best in the world off the bat. And so that helps me be okay with it. So, and I'll use the pens example. I just started searching around. All right, what's trying to find like a good pen? Search YouTube videos, see if there's any nerd out there like me that just loves pens. And then usually they'll put some sort of link in the description or something, and that leads me down the right path of what store to go to. And then usually I'll find some obscure retailer that has that product, but then they have even better products than the ones that are suggested. And then I just start buying crap. That's the hardest part. You gotta have the cash to buy all the crap. Let me get some Q-tips. So when you buy the stuff, you have to be willing to throw the stuff away. This is where you have a real problem. You can't hoard it. You got to just get rid of it. There we go. This will solve my little gap problem in the corners there. Oh yeah, that needs It's so much easier. Boom. Okay. All right, finish that side. Now that we have a Q-tip, it'll go quicker. Let's go jump on the other side. So what my plan is here is to do CSL right into EXO. You know, Billy always told me at Presidential that if you do EXO right after the fact, you're good. Otherwise, you got to wait a few hours or I don't know if I believe that, but we're going to go with it. So let's take this Q-tip again. Let's knock out the Q-tippy areas. First, these corners that are problematic.
So speaking of Billy from Presidential, when does it make sense, at least for you, to take your car to a professional like that and just kind of let them handle it versus doing it yourself? Is PPF the decision maker, or is there something else?
Yeah, PPF would be the reason, or I just don't want to do it. I don't have time. Because even a really good professional, you know, they don't have the time to do what I'm going to do to it as my personal car if I'm going to take, 2 weeks to do it. Doing every square inch of it. I think Jim White can kind of do that stuff. White Details will take a car and charge accordingly to do all of the minute details. But most detailers don't have you can't make that. Most people aren't going to want to pay what it takes to do what I'm going to do to my car. So if I'm taking my car, I'll usually have them do some of it, but then I'm going to do most of it, even if I take it to somebody to do PPF. But like this truck, I'd probably just pay somebody to do it. If I didn't need to make a video, I wouldn't be doing this right now because this sucks freaking donkey balls. This is the worst. I want to go shop for some products, not use the products. That makes some people so mad. Let me ask the audience a question. If that makes you mad, why does that make you mad? When I start saying stuff like that, which is the truth. Like if you have the choice, like the whole argument of tools and man, you don't even use your tools. Why do you want the tools? Kind of thing. I'm being honest when I say, look, I like tools. I like shopping for tools. I want to have the tools, but I don't want to use the tools if I had the choice. Now I understand some people are pretty artistic and have that gene where they want to work with their hands and it's fun, but my guess is for almost everybody using the tools, especially if it's hot and uncomfortable and I really like detailing for half an hour. But now that we're committed and I really like the result, so now that I'm committed to it, I've got to finish it. But if I had the choice, I'd spend 30 minutes and enjoy it and move on.
All right, we have a super chat in from Alligator Film Solutions. He said, is there a reason to keep invisible glass since traceless is 1 liter and 5 liter and clarify-phobic for the windshields? Just curious on your thoughts on the 3.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's cheap. It functions really well. I'm going to grab that to clean my counters and bulk clean my bathroom and stuff like that. So for the car, I don't know that it's really necessary to use. But for around the house, I think so. I think it's a solid product that I think you're going to still use quite a bit. But for on the car, no. I'd either use Vision if I needed a sledgehammer, or I would use, Clarify Phobic for topping wolves, or the other options you just mentioned. Wow, that does look really good, though. That was worth the effort. Look at how good that looks. Looks brand new. It was right on the edge of needing to be solution finished. We're able to get by with just cleaning it, deep cleaning it, and coating it. Yeah. Yeah, it looks really good. Good job, everybody. We got through it. We were ready to quit. It's touch and go there. But we all got this. If I wasn't live, I would have gone and lay down on the couch and watched Ohio State, Michigan. But nope, I'm committed. Got to get this done.
Viewer BG wants to know, is the OG leather scent still the best option to use in the car?
Yep.
How did you land on leather and pine?
Well, leather was an already existing scent. Leather and pine, I liked. They had a pine scent, and I said, can we put it together? And they said, I don't see why not, so they put it together. I think that's how it went.
How did that relationship with Smith & Co. Come about? How did you discover them and get contact?
They're OG followers, and they heard me talking about scents and sent me an email. And I said it was like perfect timing. I'm like, I need some help with this. And so I said, can you make it for me? And can I sell it? And they said yes. And so the rest is history. And that's happened a lot with a lot of different things. A lot of different products over the years. Like, hey man, I think I have something you might be interested in. And then I say, can I sell it? It used to be no. Now it's, oh, absolutely. Can we make our own scent for the car? So that happens quite a bit now. All right, that was the hard part. Well, that and the front grill is going to be hard too, but I might just skip the grill. Just get a new grill. Seriously, I seriously might buy a new grill. The grills aren't expensive. And a new front bumper. And a new Raptor, yeah. All these sales, the money's burning a hole in my pocket now. Now it's time to go out and get broke again. Okay. That looks great. We've got to do that all over again with the frickin' EXO though. So, got to do that again. All right, so let me just do this part here. Make myself a little spot. See, if I wasn't live here, I would go and reorganize and put things away, and it wouldn't be this messy, but we're just gonna keep rolling. These applicators are terrible, but it's what I got to work with here.
Our viewer Recon Tech just noticed the new press-all labels. He said he just ordered an entire package of the old ones, so he's wondering if he can get those swapped out.
I don't know. He's asking me.
I think he's saying more in general. Yes, Recon. If you shoot an email to support at Obsessed Garage, as long as they haven't shipped out, which they probably haven't, because of Black Friday, backlogs, they should be able to swap those out for you.
I try to remove myself from all those kind of decisions, because my answer is no. Just throw it away and get new ones, and that usually doesn't go well with people. I just find, what our labels cost? $50? That's a lot of time to try to swap it out. I need to get a second towel. So, Crystal Serum Ultra is a dicey install. You got to move fast because you don't want it to dry. But man, it's freaking fantastic. Go. I don't know why I just started on the fender and not on the middle of the roof or the hood, but that's what I'm doing.
So we have another question here about interior detailing. He said, what interior detailing brush would you recommend to clean Alcantara inserts on seats?
Yeah, brush doesn't really work, man. You have to get a steamer and just use lots of towels. And then you're going to need to sand the Alcantara afterwards, most likely, because you're going to end up with little pills, little balls. They're going to have to sand it. So I use if I am going to use a brush, I use the Color Lock leather brush, and then follow with lots of towels. You have to remember when you're cleaning Alcantara, you're getting the product, the detergent in, so like Sonex Alcantara cleaner, and then you need to get the detergent out. And so that's where you need, but you don't want too much water. You just want an appropriate amount, and that's where a steamer can help to lift. So I usually use lots of towels and kind of blot it. Man, that looks great. I need a second towel. Okay. This is going to be cutting it close here. Get this thing done. Worst case, what I can do is just do XO later. Time is it? Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it. Michelle says she has to leave at 3:30. Okay, so the whole fender flare there. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll do Ultra, and then this will force me to, next week, I'll do the XO and do another section. So I'll wash the car, decon another spot, and put the XO on.
So Mark is asking, he says, do you think Swiss Tracks could sustain the weight of a Rogue monster rack for those with a partial garage gym?
You would want to cut around because the Rogue rack is going to indent. It'll eventually settle in, but you just want to cut the feet out, and then you could work around it. I mean, it's not ideal. I would rather have horse stall mats for that application. Why am I using this applicator? It's terrible. I'm going to just go back to the appropriate one. That.
What's your take on garage gyms, Matt? Like a half car, half garage gym?
I don't get it. Go to a gym. I don't want to lose my garage for a gym in the house. I don't like working out by myself. I find it to be, I don't know. I just couldn't imagine parking my car in the garage when the gym's right down the street. So I tried doing a home gym like in my basement before and I didn't like it. But yeah, so I wouldn't want to give up the garage. I'd have to have some dedicated spot in order to do that. Okay, so let's do this quicker.
On that same topic, Buff Stuff says, Matt, do you have any specific health or fitness goals for 2025?
Yeah, I want to eat steak and eggs and get to 200 pounds. And I can't seem to get over the hump here of like that 220 mark. So that's my goal. I'm failing miserably, it seems.
What is like your current program? Like, what are you doing right now?
CrossFit, 6 days a week. What I want to do is start adding, I've just been so busy doing this and traveling, but I want to start adding the heading to riding my bike a lot, mountain biking, running. I want to do that more than what I've been doing. That's how the weight will come off, and just eat carnivore, because that helps me most mentally.
You might have already touched on this with your opinion of home gyms, but do you think OG will ever venture into like that home
No.
gym fitness world?
No,
No obsessed fitness?
I don't think so. I went down that path once, and it's really not for me. Yeah, tried it. I learned that you can't buy your way into fitness. It requires the work. Okay, I did all that. Got a little bit disorganized here. You just have to move quick when you're doing CSU. Really quickly. Yeah, this does look great, that's for sure. Just don't look past the front fender. If you look down the side of the car, you're gonna be real disappointed. Like, oh man. Don't look out the windshield either, because it's a smudge city.
Car Enthused wants to know, is there any vintage audio gear that you liked from when you used to sell home theater?
No. I mean, new stuff is so much better that I don't like that. I mean, that's what you do if you have to, I think. But I like new stuff. I like new cars, generally newer. Anything with AV gear. Speakers have improved. Electronics certainly have improved. You can only have so many darn passions, I guess, right? Man, look at how good that looks though, Mike. combination of the black and then this. Makes me want to really dial this truck in. Doesn't look like. See, I bet you this doesn't look all that much different doing a dirty car versus a clean car. Because this car was really frickin' dirty. And yet, probably still looked pretty shiny on camera. You just have to be really careful with CSU and pushing it on other panels and having it dry, and you need to compound it off. So you have to be really diligent. Luckily it's not super humid out, so it's, normally I'm applying this in the air conditioning, but it's pretty nice out today humidity wise, so we're not having any extra work. It's so slick though. Looks like I just put a fresh coat of wax on. Beautiful. Okay.
So I have a question from Jesse. He is basically asking for your opinion on the dual pressure washer setup versus a 230 volt electric pressure washer that can do 1300 psi, 3 GPM.
So, you know, I would want a Krenzla, you know, KWS, not some like janky, you know, there's a lot of like janky general pump, like, or like Landa and like these janky looking American pumps that, you know, they can do more. Even Cat, like they're just not as, the motor is good and sometimes better. You know, the pump is good, but they're just kind of janked together. I don't like that. And so unless you're going to go and buy like a KWS Krenzla or like a big AR or something like that, I think you're always going to be better off just doing a dual setup. The advantage of the dual is that it holds less inline pressure than those big boys do. So even if you have it tuned, even if it's set up for lower pressure, higher flow, you're still going to end up with generally more held pressure in line, and so you just get a lot more kickback. The other advantage to dual pressure washers is if one fails, you know, if one breaks, then you have one to work with. You know, one, you can just run off of one while the other one's out for service. So there's some advantages to that, I think. But install would certainly be simpler on a single unit. You don't have the check valves and all that crap that we put into the system. But I like the dual setup.
Do you think you'd ever do a KWS again, Matt, or are you going to stick with the dual Krenzlas?
I don't think so. I think I'm going to work on creating a pre-built like box, like a silenced box with dual Krenzlas. You know, where it's all pre-plumbed and everything. After we get the DI system dialed, that's one of my plans, is to go make a much easier to install dual Krenzla setup, where we've actually designed it and built it for that specific purpose. I feel like I'm so close. Yet so far. I feel like I'm on a time crunch here. Let's see. Operation Save the Evo from family. At least I don't think it's supposed to rain today, right? So we should be good. From a water perspective, you don't want to get you do all this work and then have the coating get wet so soon. I think we're going to be good. Okay, so let's do, crap, what do I do with this? Do this here. This.
Matt, do you have any thoughts on ammo's polishing fluids? Are you familiar with them?
Again, same. This is going to be my new comment. If it's in my store, if I pulled my polishes out of the store and started referring to those, then that would answer your question. So they're probably not very good. You know, you would know, like if somebody starts, like if Larry started touting and saying like, look, this is, I'm telling you people, like if you took the same stance I took with the, with like the Merca and said, you know, if you start to hear that kind of language come out of somebody, then you're like, oh man, maybe there's something special here. But most of the time they just say, you know, it's pretty good. You might want to try it. I'm looking for remarkable in life. I'm not in the business of looking for mediocre. Or even just good. I want it to be great. And great is really hard to do. And great takes many years of different iterations generally. It takes time, takes luck, takes a lot of different things that first or second iteration usually doesn't get. With a chemical. You can, with other products generally, you can get great right off the bat. But with a chemical, it often takes many iterations. All right, I think we can get this. I think we can get our EXO done too. What do you think? What's our time? What's how much? Dang. I can hold them off. I think we can do it. Speed EXO, yeah. EXO I can do large swaths. Yeah, maybe.
Just wipe off.
Yeah. Speed. that's done. This way. We need 2 new towels. On XO, I'd say 1 of each. Okay, here we go. Let's go. Let's get it. I'm gonna try. Ooh, I already have a bottle. It's pretty good. I'm gonna try this on that crap up top. Speed. Also speed because I want to be freaking done with this.
I guess what's motivating you more, the urge to be done or the urge to get Michelle out of here and not have Evo?
It's a common goal. Common merged goal. All right, that looks good. You can do that. I'll come over here. Oh yeah, we got this. Yeah, polishing and coating is not super conducive to live streaming.
On a Raptor nonetheless.
Yeah, on a monster vehicle.
Be the time too.
Yeah.
30 minutes of Raptor
Yeah, I told
coding.
I mentioned the time, we just need 10 minutes.
Maybe 8 hours of
Whatever. What do we got to lose?
fun there.
Just all of our subscribers.
Yeah.
We're in the negative subscriber game these days. We got to give back some of the gain.
I see those little corners you're talking about.
Okay, I did this section right here. I didn't do that side yet, of the plastic,
Yep.
just the paint.
Just wipe this off.
Yep. And that's done. These two.
Yeah, it looks phenomenal.
Yeah, it looks really good.
You had a good point. You never had an opportunity to scratch it because you never really,
Mm-hmm.
really washed it.
That's gonna be the new Obsessed Garage way. Just get it, let it get dirty, never wash it, and then you can always re-dial it back in. It doesn't get scratched. Okay. Just double check that section for me.
If you had the time and the setup, would you get out like lights and stuff to make sure you're not doing any high spots or?
Nope, I don't think you need it with the Cree. I can see. I think I can see anyway. Maybe I'm blind, but if I can't see it here, I'm never going to see it any other time. So, especially with EXO, EXO's easy. And on certain paints, like white, I would probably need to. But on this stuff,
You really can't have a scratched up car with the Cree lights because they just reveal everything.
that's my problem with the GT3 is the underneath the PPF is all scratched up. I can see it. You can really see it in the sunlight, though. Okay. It's pretty good. All this is good to go.
Actually, my second time coating the Raptor. Right when I started, around when I started too, you were doing it for the first time.
Yeah.
Almost 3 years ago.
I was doing it with that dude I was training for John White, right?
Yes.
That he disappeared. We don't know if that guy died or what happened to him, but he just, one day, we just never heard from him again. Tom. Tom was not very sure of himself. He had a bit of a confidence problem.
I really hated detailing.
He's really good at interior work, though, man.
You don't think the Raptor scarred him? The interior.
Yeah, he was. Very particular about his interiors. Should have known better. XO is like finish polishing. It takes half the time of the first coat. Okay, that's done. Do this section over here. This down here. I think I can get away without opening another bottle too. Nice. Use the remainder of this. Killed it. 15 minutes. Boom. Done. You can just wipe off the glass so you can actually see out of it. A little bit of touch traceless up there. And now I gotta wipe the rest of this. It's all worth it. I'll do it again. I'm gonna have to keep doing it.
Just chuck these.
Yeah. That's it. That is it. We get a little traceless and use these towels, clean the windshield. We'll send them on their way. They haven't even come out and started complaining yet. Never used traceless on a super dirty window. Let's see how this does. Yeah, not great. Yeah, see, traceless is more like your final cleanup wipe. It's not great for like there's still bugs and stuff on here. I think traceless is like your final. It's not made for. This is like a Matt Mormon glass cleaner. It's for already clean. It's for perfecting. Gosh, freaking idiot. I just want to reduce the chance of her using the windshield wiper squirter thingies. Just so the thing stays dry for at least a few hours. All right, let's take a look at the engine bay here. We'll wipe the excess off. Hasn't really been enough time. It's still a little wet, not too bad. So I would normally wait another several hours, but you see, you just wipe the little bit of excess, wipe it flat, and you have a beautiful looking hyper-dressed finish. Look at that looks. So if I waited another few hours, it would be a little bit drier. And then you just kind of go and wipe it flat like this. And you got a whole lot better looking engine bay than it looked like before, that's for sure. Looks great.
Matt, people are asking about the gloves you're wearing and whether or not they'll be available on the site.
Yeah, I've called that company a bunch. They're from SAS. I just buy them on Amazon. I've tried to reach out to those guys. They're just not super responsive. I think I remember them wanting me to buy like 50,000 boxes or something like that. Like, I need like 100. Looks great. Uh-oh. Did we get it just on time? We did. We did it. It's ready for you guys. I literally just finished. Okay, I didn't do the interior though. 1/3 of the truck is done.
Holy cow. So you did a, let me see.
Just the front fenders.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Looks nice.
Yep.
How old are you?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 11.
But I told you.
No, I'm mad that I don't want to do this.
Oh. I was like,
It's my own dumb fault for never washing this thing.
Oh, okay. So now you get to just relax. You have an excuse not to finish it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all I was doing was one.
Oh.
Well, it's actually 1/5 because I got to do the wheels.
Holy cow, it looks like a whole new truck. We shouldn't sell it. I should just keep this.
No, I'm definitely selling it after seeing the atrocities.
But you didn't even go on the inside.
I know, that's the problem. So I'm only 1/6 of the way done, and we keep adding to it. Yeah. Yep.
just sell it immediately, like as soon as you get done.
I just wanted to use the Mirka and the LE polisher. So please, the pain and suffering I just went through here, people, just do me a favor. Go buy the Mirka and the LE polisher right now, and some pads and some polish. Just buy all the stuff that I used and it'll all be worth it. That's what I need. I need some support here. This is how I feel out there every polishing decon. What time is it? 3:30? So I've been at this since 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 30. I'll give myself the extra 36 hours.
But you had lunch.
Yeah, true. 5 hours. But I was thinking about during that hour too. Yeah. Where's Rex when I need him? Last time we let Rex do it, your wheels fell off, so.
That was scary. That was so, and then we got a new truck when the wheels fell off.
Yeah, when the wheels fell off, I'm like, I'm done. I'm getting a new truck.
We literally left it on the side of the road in Destin.
Uh-huh, yeah,
And we
Yeah.
found someone to come get it.
yeah.
Alright, so we'll be back at 4:30 for a Q&A if
Maybe.
TBD.
If he hasn't
No, we
fallen
will
asleep.
be. We will be. I can't let everybody else is at HQ working. I can't be, quitting on everybody.
Yeah, that's true.
I've got to set a good example. We got to go. Get it.
Look at you.
What do you mean? This is what I always do. Everybody's wishing I would quit so they can go home.
You could do the question and answer now, and then.
No, that would be very bad.
Why your
I got no
responses will get
answers to
mean.
anybody's questions. Yeah. Where's Ryan?
Yeah,
Thought he was going.
it's getting ready. He's ready, I think.
You need me to back you out, or can I just move the Eva over?
Oh. Right.
So then, yeah, I'll do next weekend. I'll do that door, and the following weekend I'll do that door. That was actually the easy part. That's the part that sucks. Shoot.
Are we ordering a bumper on camera here? Or
Oh yeah. Where's my computer? Let me get my computer. It's probably on Black Friday sale. Okay. I need to sit down. So we're right here. Okay. SVC off-road. I think this is the one I want. Raptors, Gen 2 bumpers. Both on front bumper. I think this is the one. It's $2,200. How much better that looks. The only problem with these kind of bumpers on this is it makes it look like it's missing a chin. They always show you this angle, which looks great. But that angle usually looks a little weird. I bet you this bumper weighs 150 pounds less than that hunk of junk. Yeah. And then, I mean, it does look better with lights on it, but I don't really want to do the work to put the lights on. Gosh, that would be so much. Oh, we have adaptive cruise. Oh, it's $2,400 because I have the cruise control. Direct bolt on. Keep the factory intercooler if you want. Yep. I get some kind of smudge on my screen. What's up with that? You know what I need? Traceless. Where is it? Yep. It's buy. Let me just make sure that's the exact one I want. Yep. Okay, see, this one requires you to cut. So we're going to do this one. I've almost bought this thing 20 times. It should be a couple of hour install. I'm doing it. Not Shopify Pay. Oh, it's on sale. Oh, sweet. Laser guided cruise control. Add to cart. It is on sale. Oh shoot, I'm definitely doing it. 24 holiday sale. $336 savings. Doing it. Let's go. Shipping. Amex corporate. This is a corporate expense, right? We got to make a video of it. I have my card number. It's not working. There's cars. There's 2 cars right there. So go that way. Look at how funny that looks with it all clean in the front and then. All right, that's good. Come forward. Forward. It would have been better to like actually turn. If you would just turned that way, it would come right straight out. Where are you going? Jeez. There goes the Evo. It was nice while it lasted. There goes the yard now. You're live. I can't edit that out. I'm not looking at her. I just want to see what it looks like on the front bumper. Yeah, that front bumper's doofus. I gotta change the oil in that thing too. I'm 1/9 of the way done. All right, where's my darn number? Pay now. Let's go. Save $400. Nice. All right, we're gonna get rid of the douche bumper. $2,200. It's worth it. I needed to do it when I'm selling this darn thing because I can't sell it with that. If I take some pictures of that slightly douche bumper on there, it wouldn't be good. So SVC Off-Road Baja Flush Bolt-On front bumper. No lights. Good. There's my email confirmation. Confirmed. Sweet, I saved $400. Oh my gosh, I got a bunch of emails in my inbox. This is terrible.
Maybe we should just take a break here.
Yeah, I thought we were at 3:30. Yeah, so 3:30 we take a break till 4:30, and then we do our Q&A. Yeah. Who's Mr. Moreland? All right, we're back. This will probably be, 30, 40 minutes, something like that. I say that and it'll be 2.5 hours, but let's just see what's going on in the store here. There's 84 visitors live. About 8,400 sessions today, 299 orders, 281,000. So I was interested to see why it's not working here. Let me come back in. I wanted to see what we did last year on Saturday and the year before. Let's go here. Let's go back to Shopify. There we go. Now it's loading. So this would have been November, let's see, November 25th, 2023. Okay, we've already beaten last year, 198,000 last year on Saturday. Let's see, 2022. I feel like we're having a good day already. 290, so we're about to pass up 2022. Let's see, 2021. 27th. 216, nice. So we're gonna pass all-time high on Saturday. So we had all-time high yesterday, all-time high on Saturday. Let's go for all-time high on Sunday. This is awesome. Thanks for the support. Maybe I need to keep. I'll just stay on the live stream till I fall asleep. Let's just keep going. This is great. Actually, the stream. So sorry about yesterday. What happened on the stream? Like when YouTube takes it from live to whatever normal playback, did it ever kind of sync up, or is it still wonk?
It's still off, yeah.
Yeah, like the audio's off. It's really weird.
We're good now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Let's see, what does it look like? YouTube does some milky looking business. Let's see, what does it look like? Yeah, I guess it seems like it looks a little better today, huh? Yeah, it looks like we're like watching an old tube TV or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be something related to the YouTube compression. Also, we're pushing it through StreamYard, which
Yeah.
also has a compression.
That's weird. Yeah, it's super milky looking. Interesting. All right, so if you're here, there's 161 people. You can go grab us, ask some questions if you'd like to chat. Thanks for the congrats on the sales. It's really cool. I think I'm probably the only idiot who shares what we sell. I don't think have you ever seen anybody else in the world? I don't know why people are so secretive. It's just a freaking number. It doesn't mean anything. But I think adds some context to what's going on. So.
All right, we did have a question on the Instagram. They asked if you could only buy one thing from the Obsessed Garage website and you didn't have $10,000 to spend on Core 59s, what would it be?
One thing. I think it would probably be the Mosmatic gun wand foam cannon setup. Because that you could pair with pretty much any pressure washer you have. It would be pretty sweet. Yeah. I think that's what I'd do.
And then if it wasn't detailing related, what would that be? Something in the house? What would you go for?
Well, then, we go into probably some form of JTR speakers. I think are going to be well represented in my life. So I think that either that, you kind of have to have a great TV. So like a 83 OLED. Chase, what are you doing, buddy? He's sniffing around everywhere. It's on to something. I really like my desk setup. Obviously I can't live without my MacBook Pro or my iPhone. Those are useful. I just downloaded the latest. I never got an indication of the new Sequoia, so I just downloaded that last night and updated the software. So now I can actually tether, or you can put your iPhone on screen. It's pretty sweet. The only problem is it blew up the ability for the battery to charge, and so I had to go into recovery mode and figure out how to get it to connect. But now I'll show you guys soon my desk setup. It's pretty sick.
All right. The next question is from Sam. He's asking if we have ever tried traceless on stainless steel appliances.
I have. I mean, I've used it, but I haven't done like a full cleaning. The problem is all my stainless steel. So these countertops I haven't cleaned with any of the Wyman stuff, so there's no oil on it. So I think that I'm gonna test using it on that long term. I think it's gonna work great as long as you don't put like some oils on it. But if you get that Wyman oil on it, it doesn't clean it up well. So in theory, it should work great. We're gonna find out.
All right. Some people are curious about what you ate during the break, if it was eggs or pickles, to rejuvenate you here for the Q&A segment.
Yeah, I ate some eggs with some what's it called? Truff hot sauce, and then I just ate some freaking chips right now, so I'm ready to go. Tostitos, housed some of those, a couple of Ritz, yeah, so I'm ready. I'm starting tomorrow. Yeah, not tomorrow, Monday.
Yeah, Monday.
Yeah,
So,
Monday I'll be back in the gym.
Austin's asking about, well, he's not really asking, but he said it's awesome that you share the numbers as far as sales and you know, how we're doing during the sale. So can you share as far as your thought process on that? Why do you want to share that information as opposed to just hiding it?
Context. You know, I always want to know context. The only numbers I really share are Black Friday. I used to share all the numbers, but I mean, numbers to me I think are interesting, and people are so darn private and so scared of things that don't matter, and so I don't give a crap what anybody thinks. So yeah, I mean, I just think it adds context to, and I think a lot of people that have been watching me and have supported this, they appreciate that context and they're pumped to be a part of it. And so, I mean, I just don't do private. I think it's weird. Like, I think there's a self-importance that comes from that. Either an insecurity because you're not stuck, or me. Hi, buddy. What do you think about the numbers, Chase?
All right. JK is asking, what is your thoughts on the GR Corolla?
Yeah, I mean, GR Corolla I think would be, I don't think it's very cheap though, is it? It's pretty expensive. But I think it's cool. I mean, I would be pumped if I was a young guy to have all these options that you have on the sort of like that little hot hatch type sized car. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I don't want one, but I think it'd be pretty cool if I was, if I was in that tax bracket and that stage of my life. It's awesome that, Toyota takes the great engines they make and make them not so boring like we talked about with like 4Runners and stuff. Right, buddy? What do you think? Think about this live stream. Got anything to say? Nothing? Just hanging out? You getting ready for dinner soon? Yeah, I get that.
So the next question pertains to some of the limited time flash sales that we have on the site.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have some of those Milwaukee kits still available, but of those Milwaukee kits, which would be your most recommended?
I mean, the one to get, the one you need most is the Phillips and straight set, and then secondly would be Torx. Third, I think, would be insert bit, and then I don't know how many we haven't gotten them all done. I don't think we have hole saws and saw blades and stuff like that coming. I mean, the goal would be to get all of them so you had a nice solid set of accessories. But like if you don't have a Sawzall, then wait to buy the Sawzall blades. But I think that the most important one is the Phillips bit set. But I mean, of all the tools in the garage, I mean, I use that for more than anything, because you're using that oftentimes to mount pictures, and I mean, anytime you use a screw, super important. So we'll be spending a lot of time in the next month leaning out and simplifying audio, video, and Milwaukee inventory. I realized I had too many choices, and so I just need to be, here's what you need to get. Just get this. And so that will be helpful instead of confusing for people.
All right, next question is house related. What is your recommendation on pots, pans, and all that sort of?
So I have a combination of two major brands that I've been using for the last couple of years now. DeBoyer, it's D-E-B-U-Y-E-R. It looks like DeBuyer on the what is it? It's not cast iron. It's carbon steel. Yeah, thanks. So carbon steel pans, and then for stainless steel cookware, like you're making mac and cheese, or you need a pot for cooking pasta. DeMeyer Atlantis, and then I have two. I think it's DeMeyer Alu, A-L-U. I think is the nonstick. So I have two nonsticks, mainly for Michelle and the kids. They just don't like to use she thinks it's too hard to take care of the carbon steel. I think it's easier. You just keep it seasoned, wash it, add a little bit of oil to it, and you're good to go. So those are the main, and the Boyer stuff is not super expensive. The DeMeyer stuff is really expensive. It's like top tier expense, but it has like a silver infused bottom and then stainless surround. They're pretty sick. I find that the heat distribution is really awesome. They clean up really nicely, simple design. So that's my favorite currently.
All right, next question is the Pressels tips, asking when those will be available.
So they should have been available like a couple of weeks ago, but I'm attempting to get the pricing of the bottles, sprayers, tips, tubes, so that way we can have enough margin so that I can then wholesale it to other retailers worldwide. And so I'm asking for better pricing. And we keep kind of going back and forth in negotiation. And with the Germans, every time we talk, and then they need 2 weeks to process. And so, every negotiation takes a month. So I'm going to submit. I'm just sending them an email. Here's what I'm thinking about doing. Here's my plans. I'd like to get the first container rolling here to the U.S. or a couple of containers. We can fit 24,000 bottles per container, bottles and sprayers, and so we can supply quite a bit. And so the goal would be to get an initial container moving here with tips, heads, the silicone tubes, all the modification parts. I want them to make me 20,000-30,000 tips as well, so that way those, even if you do buy the new bottles, which I think you should replace the heads on your old bottle, or replace at least the tip on your old bottles. Because they're still great. They just need, for some products, like say with N914, you need that stainless tip. And so I don't know what they're going to cost. It'll probably be like $3 a piece or something. They're not going to be cheap. But I would expect, if I can get the deal done in the next couple of weeks, they can start producing. So we're probably 6 to 8 weeks out from having stuff on site here in the U.S. And then I'm going to hope to take, half containers, wanted to send one to Australia, send one to the EU, should be easy, and then and Canada as well. So I'm hoping to have it, all over the world in the next, let's say, couple of months.
All right, next question from Instagram here. He says, Matt, I know you're obsessed with the highest quality tools. Mm-hmm. What's one underrated tool in your garage that you think everybody should have, but might not even realize that they need?
Well, that is for sure the skin wedge, which I don't even have one here. I keep putting it on my list. I keep forgetting to get it. It's basically the replication of a thumbnail. My friend Derek Kenny, who owns Sound and Motion up in Boston, he sent one to me years ago and said, "Yeah, you need this for setting up your stereo or taking apart interior door panels. It's a lifesaver." And so it's called a skin wedge. It's designed to pull the skin off of aircraft. And so in the in the car stereo industry, a lot of guys have them to use to pry parts, pry plastics off of the, separate plastics from pop plastics off. And so that tool, we have them in the store. What are they like, $10 or something, like 15 bucks?
16, yeah.
Yeah, 16 bucks. It shouldn't be 16 bucks, but we have to buy it from some aircraft supplier. But it's like the coolest thing ever. Best 16 bucks you ever spent. I like to have two of them because usually one of them I use a little bit too aggressively, and so one is usually in good shape and the other one's usually a little bit mangled. But that's the one tool that almost nobody has that everyone should have a couple of in their garage. Do we have them in stock or are they on reserve or spot?
They're in stock.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, those are in stock, ready to go.
Yep.
So the next question is there a product that you recommend that completely transformed the garage in, what was the biggest transformation? I think he's implying, one product that would give you the largest transformation, whether that's flooring, lighting, cabinets.
Yeah, I mean, lighting is, I think, the clear winner there. I mean, with great lighting, you can sit in here in a really bright environment. It's not fatiguing. It just changes the whole look of everything in your garage. Now, if your garage is janky and you got, janky paint job and jacked up cabinets and your car paint's all wonky, maybe you don't want great lights, but in most cases, you want to be able to see better. And so great under cabinet lighting, great overhead lighting can really make a significant difference in how you perform and how the garage feels. Another thing that's really underrated is a great audio system too.
All right, next question here. Actually, no, that's the same question. Okay, so this guy's asking, there's so many great products in the shop. How do I tell my wife what to get?
I mean, I think it depends on what you need. Again, I go back to just tell her to get the darn master collection. Right? So get a whole master collection. Some ideas, we've gone over this a couple of times, some ideas would be, one would be GFX, get 3 or 4 bottles of GFX, get yourself an extra couple of foam cannons if you only have one or you haven't gotten the Griot's foam cannon. The OG spec Mosmatic gun and wand and fittings could be a really awesome gift to get yourself or have somebody get for you. Traceless, touchless, those are two, or the combination of traceless and touchless in 5 liters and 1 liter bottles would be really cool. If you're looking for something, if you're thinking about getting into polishing, have her get you the LE. If you're thinking about starting out, if you're already established, get a Milwaukee polisher. Another thing that's underestimated, which I think you'll really, really enjoy, just have her get you a bunch of OG t-shirts in whatever size you wear. It'll be the best t-shirt you own. Same thing with the hats, best hat you own. And you'll find yourself, whether or not you want to represent Obsessed Garage or not, you're going to be wearing the darn OG shirts because the quality is insane. It'll be the best t-shirt that you have. So apparel could be a really good thing. Just send her to the page and give her, get me a bunch of the OG basic shirt in different colors. And just pick your size, if you're XL or large, medium, whatever, and have her get you 10 of them because you'll love every single one of them. I can't wear any other shirts.
Okay, next question is in regards to the LE polisher. He's asking if it's dual voltage capable because he's going to be moving from the US to the UK, and so he's not sure if he needs to repurchase it.
I don't know. I think not. It doesn't say it on there, does it? It's right beneath you. I don't know if it is. Here, let me see that thing.
This is the V2.
Yeah. Germany. Yeah, I don't know, man. Does it say on the power cord? That's a good question. I would guess no. Right on the end of it. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think the winding, the electric motor, is for 110 volt, 60 hertz, 120 volt, 60 hertz. I don't think it is capable of dual voltage. Whoa, jumpy. That's one of you jumpy. Get it, Chase, get it.
All right, next question is asking you, how do you make the perfect steak?
I don't know if I've figured out a perfect steak yet, but the key is to start with a really good steak. You know, Snake River Farms. I like a grass-fed, corn-finished steak. Fully grass-fed to me tastes like water steak. It's just not good. I also don't like dry-aged. Tastes weird to me. I keep trying to like dry-aged. So a American Wagyu. I don't really love Japanese Wagyu. American or Australian Wagyu. I tend to like the American Wagyu stuff better. So an American Wagyu, not the highest quality. I find that to be a little bit too fatty. So like a one tier down from what Snake River Farms calls black instead of gold. So American Wagyu ribeye. I'm going to get it and set it out on the table, let it thaw out, let it sit there, get to room temp. Let it sit at room temp for a couple hours. Then I'm going to salt it or season it with my current favorite. I used to just do salt and pepper, which is also fine. But I'm using, it's Hardcore Carnivore Black, it's called. So season that liberally. And then I like to sear up front. So I'm going to sear both sides, hopefully on like an alfresco infrared. Sear both sides, and then throw it on the other side of the grill, turned all the way down. Let it get to about 125 degrees. Pull it off. Let it sit about 10 minutes. Good to go. That's magical. In a perfect world, it'd be a 1.5 inch thick steak, and I find that those tend to cook best. But that's my favorite thus far on how I do it. But that's a $60 steak, unprepared. So that's a decent chunk of change. But you know, if I'm eating just a steak every day, $60 a day to eat, it's not the world's worst. You know, $60 times, you know, it's $400 a week. I guess that's a lot for one person, huh? Shoot. Most of the time I eat the $30, $35 choice version from Snake River Farms. Still really expensive, but man, really good. I'm telling you, get that Carnivore Black. It's legit. We should start selling it in the store. I learned about it from the Nick Bear podcast.
Okay, next question is asking about Icon Tools. What are your thoughts on Icon Tools?
Is that Harbor Freight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no interest. I'm sure it's fine. The problem with all the Harbor Freight Icon stuff is they're copying Snap-on. They're going to copy a company and copy a good one. So you're buying a knockoff, not great tool. So that's what I don't like about it. But I'm sure it functions fine. It's cheap. I just couldn't imagine wanting a copy of a not good tool. I want a copy. If I'm going to go copy, I want a copy of a really great tool. So that seems weird to me.
Okay, update on OG Canada. A lot of people have been asking throughout this Black Friday sale about OG Canada, so give us an update on that.
So I think we finished final legal docs with Mantis on the partnership. I'm guessing we'll probably start shipping. We're starting with all the pressure washing products. So I'm guessing we'll start shipping our stuff there, you know, Jan 1 for, you know, my guess would be, you know, second, third week of January, we'll start opening up stuff. Bryce has the store figured out, so we should have a pretty decent pathway here to get it done. It was quite a bit more complicated than I assumed, but so we're weeks away. Like, I know I've been telling you that forever, but I've never said weeks away. I said we're getting close. Well, we're like weeks away.
Yeah, same with Australia. A lot of people have been asking about that.
Yeah, so Australia will be months away. So Australia will happen a lot quicker than Canada. So once we get Canada up and functioning and trained, then you'll basically clone the site and create a Australian version of it.
Okay, so next question is pertaining to sales. He's asking about your thoughts on sales. Years ago, you were quoted saying that you hated sales. What's made you change your mind? But for clarity, we've always ran a Black Friday sale, as far as I understand. But
Yeah, I hate sales.
Yeah.
It's stupid. The only sale I ever run is Black Friday. It's a pure volume play. Yeah, I mean, if you run a sale all the time, you're just training people, and why would you ever buy anything that's not on sale? And so then you're training your audience, and you have to have significant margins, so you can play that game of that stupid game. What do they say? Play stupid game, win stupid prizes. And so you get in this game where I'm pretending that you're stupid, and you're pretending that I'm stupid, and so I'm pretending that you are too stupid to know that I'm running a sale every other week or every week in order to convince you to buy. So in order to do that, I need to mark everything up 15% so that I can mark it down 15%. So I just set my price too high, and then I try to drum up volume. It's the same thing that businesses do with emails. Some joker sitting in the background who says, well, if I send 10 emails, we get X result. If I send 11 emails, we get point something percent more of a result. So why don't we send 12 or 13 or 15 or 18? Why don't we send 2 emails a day forever? And so then they start playing all these games of trying to maximize. So you cut off your nose to spite your face. You lose your best people, your best customers, and you just spam all your worst customers. So same thing happens when you run a sale all the time. Everybody loves a sale. The problem I run into is that I want to curate products and find products from all over the world. When I do that, I don't get the margins that I would get had I just went narrow and deep with 1 or 2 brands. So, and then just pretend that those 1 or 2 brands have the best product for every category. And then, we could continue to negotiate better and better, margins on that, and then enough margins so that way I could then, run a sale every other week. And so I decided early on there was 2 things I would do. One, I want to create some sort of pathway to direct people to when they're asking for some sort of special discount, whether they're a doctor or a first responder or a military person or a teacher or a nurse. I just wanted to be able to say, look, I appreciate all of you. Here's the only way to do it, because I didn't know where to draw the line. And because everybody has some degree of separation of some person who has some, senior citizen discount or something like that. So instead, why don't I just set it inside the hex? It's $240 a year, so you have to be really committed, and then that's why you get 10% off and free shipping. And it's not very profitable, the inside the hex platform. The $240 doesn't nearly offset generally what the shipping cost is of somebody who's buying, but it's a way for me to have some sort of pathway to give a loyalty discount. And we may modify that over time, but it seemed to be reasonably successful. And then the other thing I decided to do is I would just do a Black Friday event, and those would be the 2 things I've done. Now, we've done a couple of things in the past where I had like an excess inventory sale, or we've had an audio private sale if we needed to kind of lean out inventory. We've also had a capacity sale to sort of test our software. But generally speaking, I just don't want to condition everybody to never buy anything in the normal environment, because I don't have enough margin to provide the level of service I'm hoping to provide because of the choice that I made on how our business is built. What I hope can happen in the future, not necessarily having discounts all the time, but having free shipping, that would be a long-term goal. If I have stuff in all appropriate areas worldwide and I have proper distribution, and if I own distribution on a lot of different products and I have multiple layers of margin, I'd love to be able to eat the shipping cost. I'm sure our sales would quadruple had we not charged for shipping. Again, it doesn't do me any good to quadruple at margins that don't make sense. That's a quick way to go out of business. So you have quadruple revenue, but you also have quadruple the payroll, and then you have squeezed margins. You can squeeze yourself out of business that way. Right, Chase?
All right.
And so what most businesses do, you look at Adams as a great example, then they start to compromise and say, well, we can't sell Rupes, we have to sell a Chinese polisher because we need the margin in order to be able to run 15% off. So what I never want to do, I don't want this to be a job. I want this to be awesome and fun. I want this to be a passion project. And so I only want to sell the things that I believe in, and that means I can't compromise. So I can't make those compromises to get, to squeeze a little better margin out of something that isn't as good, so that way I can play the game. I want to build my own game, build my own board, and then create the game around it. So that's what I'm doing.
All right, unrelated question here on Instagram. They want to know what your favorite NBA team is.
That's a good question. NBA, I don't have a favorite, because Pittsburgh didn't even have an NBA team. I'm a fan of the NBA in general. I want to like the Orlando Magic, but I just hate their team. They're not terrible now, but they don't have a single player that anybody ever even heard of. I don't know how that's possible. Other teams have 4, top 100 NBA players of all time, and Orlando can get none of them. And so, I like watching the Sixers, but I don't really like the Sixers team currently either. So I'm just a fan of the NBA in general, so I don't have a team that I'm rooting for specifically. In college, it'd be Villanova. NFL would be the Steelers. NHL, Penguins. I don't really watch Major League Baseball, which is weird because that was my favorite sport as a kid. Oh man, it's like watching paint dry. It's terrible. But I'm a super fan of college football, and I don't really have a team. I'm an admirer of all teams.
All right, this is a question in regards to garage, designing your garage and how to figure out, optimizing a small space. So he's asking, how do you optimize a space, much like the garage that you had here, where you had to reconstruct? This was more involved. You had to reconstruct the wall, kind of figure it out. But when you approach a garage that has some oddities, what's the first thing you do? How do you plan what goes where? What is your thought process, particularly in oddly shaped spaces or really small spaces?
So the first thing I do is figure out what am I willing to give up. Right? This garage, lift, boom pole. What else have I given up in here? I have to give up the golf cart for a while. Figure out how to get things in the attic. What am I willing to give up in order to gain some sanity and some level of organization? So once I decide that, then I can start to figure out, are there ways, like for example in this case, and is it worth it to me money-wise, are there ways to create more capacity where, like for example, we took the vacuum and took it out of this room. I could still get an air compressor by putting it in the area where the air handler was. It would cost me several $1,000s to move the air handler into the attic, also taking a risk that the air handler gets damaged and costs a lot more money, or maybe it doesn't function as well when it's in the attic. So making choices like that. Do I want to put a wall in and sacrifice some of the space? So it's a lot of those kind of give and take questions that you just have to ask yourself. And then I always just draw it. So I either draw it on paper and try to draw it reasonably accurate dimensionally, or I'll draw it on either Home Designer or SketchUp or something like that. And so that way I can kind of start to visualize and see it. And then you just start putting stuff in place, And sometimes you'll find that maybe you have a little more space or a little less space than you thought. Like for example, with the bikes, I thought putting bikes on both sides would make sense. It's not going to work, and so I'm going to have to give up some bikes. I'm going to take 2 of them to Ellen, and then figure out some other option for the kids' e-bikes, because having like I'd planned to put the pressure washer in that corner, but it makes more sense to put it in the other corner. So there is some game time decision making you have to make, and sometimes you have to punt a little and try again. So I bought some spider shelving for the cabinets or the closet that I made back there, and so I think I'm just going to have to repurpose that spider shelving. And so hopefully you're in a position in life, financially, where you can make some mistakes in the process and not be stuck with those mistakes. That's one of my few superpowers, is the ability to just say, I'm going to make a mistake and be cool with it. There's only one way to find out. You can think about something till you're blue in the face, but until you actually do it and you see it and you can touch it, put your hands on it, I mean, it's I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's not easy to get everything right off the bat. You have to try things like this whole slat wall. It's kind of a mistake, but it's one of those things. Now I decide, do I want to rip it out or do I want to stick with it? And I think it's fine. I'm going to stick with it. It's not easy, and so this is where if you hire the design team, they can really help you make a lot less mistakes, right? So, and it doesn't cost anything. If we're doing like a full-on 2-month design, we charge $2,500. If we're doing something like like a normal garage, which just like a garage like this, we'd probably just charge you the $1,000, and then that $1,000 goes towards your your purchase. So it costs you nothing. What I'm not looking to have you do is just go and waste time and not buy anything. We're looking for you to buy the stuff from us. But yeah, if you hit up the design folks, I mean, what do you got to lose? $1,000. Let's say you spent the $1,000, you learned what you don't want to do. It probably saved you $10,000 in mistakes. So even if you didn't do the garage, I think that you get your money's worth. More than your money's worth.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, the next question is from Instagram. They're asking, what are the main differences between CSL and CSU?
I'm not sure the chemical difference. CSL doesn't last as long. It doesn't. I don't think it's as dense on the hardness scale. So I think it. The slickness is pretty much the same. It's mainly the durability. So they both function very similarly. But I think that the way that CSU bonds with the clear coat, I think it's creating a stronger bond on a slightly different hardness scale, and so then you're going to get more longevity out of it. I'm sure there's some papers on there that explain the difference. It's a little bit harder to install. You can't buy CSU. You have to be a certified installer or have somebody install it for you. And so most of the time it doesn't really matter. It's just it's more durable and will last longer.
Okay, next question is from tself77. He's asked about if you've debadged your cabinets yet.
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
I need to bring my skin wedge tool here to get them off.
There you go. So he just placed an order for ProSlide as well, so thanks for that.
Nice.
Brian is asking the Sonic tool credit. So we answered him in the chat there, but can you talk about, yesterday you were mentioning the Sonic tools for 80% of people or whatever you mentioned is the right move.
Yep.
So expound on that.
So I love this. I've moderated a bit on my whole curating tools plan. You're going to have, even if I get you there, even if I send this all to you, you're going to have to spend, so each drawer probably takes, again, depending on the drawer. So let's say on average, each drawer, if I send you exactly how to set it up, exactly what it needs to be, the exact grouping of tools with photos and directions, each drawer is still going to take you about 15 hours, I think. 10 to 15 hours worth of work. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 17. Let's say you have somewhere on the order of 20 drawers worth of tools. So 20 drawers at, let's just say it's 10 hours, that's 200 hours worth of work. Versus if you buy sonic foam inlays, you're going to have 20 minutes worth of work, literally. But maybe an hour because you're going to kind of want to shuffle it around and figure out which drawer makes the most sense. And technically, like if I open up a Pro Slat drawer that I have here, and actually I'm going to bring some sonic foam inlays in here and put them in these drawers. If I were to take just some person off the street, I'm going to test this out, and I opened up a tool, not that this really matters, but I think that most people off the street, I'm going to open up a foam inlay drawer versus a tool grid drawer, and I think most people are going to say, I'm going to say, which one do you think is cooler? They're going to pick the foam inlay drawer. The tool grid drawer is going to be more functional, more modular, but for most people, it's going to be crippling. Even if I give you all of that stuff, the lesson I learned, it's going to be crippling. Versus Sonic, it just works. And I use Sonic tools for the last 4 or 5 years, beat the crap out of them. They're pretty fantastic. So, and it's about half the cost. So 1/100th the amount of work and half the cost. That's a pretty good combo. Now, I still want the fancy tools. I still want the option for that. Some people are still going to want that curated version of tools, but the easy button is and always will be the Sonic tools. So I thought I would abandon Sonic tools at some point, but I'm even more convicted of the Sonic tools than I ever have been. Like, I couldn't do this in Helen. I'd have to stay in Helen for like a month. Like, I literally couldn't put this together in Helen unless I went and lived there. So, I mean, that answered it for me as well. I mean, a lot of people are going to have second, third homes, and they're going to want a tool set. So, the sale is pretty sick, where $10,000 of tools. If you're an Inside the Hex member, 15% off, and then the $10,000 worth of tools gets you $2,500 off as well. So it ends up being roughly 35% off. So here's the question. Do you have to spend 10 net of our sale, or is it 10,000 retail? I'm thinking it's 10,000 retail. I don't think Sonic really cares how much we're giving off because we're eating it, right? So I think that we're eating, it's 10,000 in retail, which would cost you 8,500, in OG dollars. We're going to place the $10,000 retail order with Sonic. They don't know either way, and then they're giving the $2,500 credit. It's pretty sick.
People should email design if they need any help specking all that out.
Yeah. I do have one guy who sent me an email. I'm going to get back with him tonight. He wants to do an S9 box and like an advanced pack, and wanted to get him set up there with tools and everything. But as you've seen, I've been pretty darn busy here on the live stream. So
while you're looking that up, he's asking here, let's see, that's Simon. He's asking if you've tried the Snake River Farms beef jerky.
Yeah, it has sugar in it, but it was fantabulous. It was real good, but it's pretty carby, I think it's got like 10 or 12 grams of carbs per serving, so that's not ideal. But man, it's a Wagyu. It was really good. Probably the best beef jerky I think I've ever had. Now, I might be a little bit jaded because it is Snake River Farms and I have a love affair. I need to become Snake River Farms sponsored, that's for sure. Actually, one of the guys from the rag company used to work there. He gave me a connection, so I need to make some calls. Try to get Snake River Farms to become a spokesperson for them. I'll do it for free meat. Actually, I'll pay you to let me be the spokesperson. I'll buy the meat. Just let me be the spokesperson. They're going to want me to come to the fact. I don't want to see where the meat comes from. I don't want to know. And see them slaughtering the cow that I'm eating. I want to pretend that it's just coming from some magical place. We're almost at 300K for the day. This is awesome.
Yeah, just to clarify, so the Sonic tool credit applies if you spend $10,000 on cabinets. not just
Oh, shoot.
So, yeah.
All
So
right.
they should hit up design, get their garage designed, and then they'll get some free tools.
Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. That makes more sense. 10,000 on cabinets, you get a $2,500 tool credit. And then you can apply that to as many tools as you need. Uh-oh, somebody's got a picture of water spewing out of his fitting. O-ring, buddy, O-ring.
That's Matt's.
Tell your wife to
response
tighten it for
support
you. I
emails
like
there.
that. Your water is too thin. That's good. That's real good. Boy.
Okay, Eric, on the topic of Sonic MSS Plus, he's asking which foam inlays are considered essential and what are your recommendations for the 7 drawers of the MSS Plus 870 series portable cabinet, which is extra deep.
So if you go to, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because every cabinet's a little bit different. Go to Obsessed Garage, go to Shop Garage, then you go to Garage, Tools and Boxes, Sonic Foam Systems. Then what I would do if I were you is I would go to the basic and advanced packages, and then that gives you a good starting point to sort of see what you think might make sense. And so for that, you'd want to look at the basic MSS Plus package. It's $5,512, and then kind of use that from there. But if you don't want to do any of that, just call design and they'll figure it out for you. Help you figure it out. Just go to the design. Just sort of design at obsessedgarage.com. And so that package, MSS Plus, is extra deep. And so we're giving you, in our basic Sonic Tools foam inlay tool package, it's giving you the setup that fits best in the extra deep cabinet. MSS is not extra deep.
Okay, Instagram question here. He's asking about standing water in the garage after washing. Is it an issue, and do you generally blow it out after you're done washing, or how do you?
I mean, I guess it could become an annoying issue if you had it. I don't have any. We just wash crazy in here, and it's dry as a bone. So, if your garage is sloped and you have Swiss tracks, it doesn't really matter if there's standing water; it'll eventually evaporate, and disappear. So it's usually not a problem.
Okay, Tim Brown's asking, of all the OG cars that you've sold, which one do you miss the most?
I mean, I guess I don't miss either the GT3 RSs because I got one back. I think it would probably be my 2014 Carrera S, X51 package Carrera S. 84 visitors. We'll definitely hit 300K today, that's for sure. We might hit 400, that'd be sick.
All right, so yesterday you discussed about kind of the next couple years economically. So his question is from Dylan. He's asking, what advice would you give to individuals who are 25 to 35 years old as far as preparing for going into the new year economically?
If I'm 25 to 35, I'm not thinking about that at all. I am not listening to anything political.
For context, he's a business owner, so he's asking in the context of maybe he owns a business.
I still would be not thinking about that at all, right? And so, in fact, I'm going to give myself some advice. I should stop thinking about it at all, too. I don't think about it much. I just keep moving. I found the latest, I found people like Vivek Ramaswamy or these well-read people. I found them to be very interesting, and so listening to them on podcasts. I found that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be very intelligent, very interesting. I found these people to be have value to add, and so that's why I've taken an interest in in what's happening. When I left wealth management, I used to take an interest in it just because I was always providing people advice on what to do, which is a bunch of nonsense because you're making predictions on something that is really unpredictable. So I think that, if I'm 25 to 35 years old, I'm going to try to just turn it off, and when I'm not working, I want to find something I really like doing. Hopefully it's something that's fitness related, that I can get really excited about, because if I'm fit, I can be faster and work harder and work longer and do more of what I want to do. And so if you do that, if you focus on your business, you focus on the future, if you try not to take too much risk, so manage your risk taking, manage risk taking with what you feel is your gut will tell you if you're comfortable with it or not, and then just keep your head down, keep focused on that, because I don't think there's really much you can do one way or the other. The only thing that I think some of this stuff I talked about yesterday would matter is, again, how much leverage, how much you borrow, how much you take on. Because if you leverage too much, you borrow too much, and your sales dry up a small percentage, because we have some sort of substantial pullback that can put you in a deep spot, or in a tough spot. It could put you out of business. So that's the main reason to know. But even if you know, you really don't know. We should have had a recession 10 years ago. We should have had some sort of market correction and pullback 2 or 3 times over the last, let's see, our last correction, our low was March of 2009. Our last major correction was then. So we're coming up on, 15 years? So over 15 years. So that's why I would say we're due, but I would have said we were due in 2015. 2016, 17, 18, 22. Gosh, if we didn't melt down and under the goofy pandemic, man, I don't know what we're supposed to, when it's supposed to happen. Sir, I'm busy. I'm doing some work. You're going to have to wait. Come up. I say hi to everybody. Come on up. Come on up. Jump it up. Jump it up. No? Come on. There you go. There you go. They can't see you. This is Chase's dinner time. He's going to start getting a little crazy. We have to finish our live stream before we're going to eat. You and me both. I got a steak. It's ready. We're going to make a steak. You're probably not going to get any of it, though, so I'm going to give you your slop, and you're going to be happy. All right, go lay down.
So next question is questioning our kind of slogan here. They're asking, what does functional excellence really mean? No, don't do this to me. Okay. No, sir. So I'm looking for things that look really good, but function really well. So to me, in order to be excellent, it doesn't mean it has to be showy or overly bright and shiny, but I want things to look good. But I also want it to function well. And sometimes you have to make it, a bit of a compromise. Sometimes the most functional things don't look very good. But most of the time, I'm looking at all these different things in the room. That Dynaudio Core subwoofer is functionally excellent. It's not super pretty, but it looks excellent. It looks nice. The 2 Pit Boss jacks, my Santa Cruz Blur, the Dynaudio Core 59s, both of these cars here. So I'm looking for a product or an object to have some sort of specific function and to be really good at that function, but also improve how something looks. And oftentimes that style is very subjective, but I obviously have a certain style in the garage. And I would say if you looked at a obsessed garage, with the slate gray and the gray walls and the cabinet and the way that I set it up with some symmetry, and then some of the really cool things that you put in the garage, and you put that group of things together. To me, that phrase "functionally excellent" just pops into my head and makes sense. So
That's what it means to me. Chase, I don't know if he's functionally excellent.
All right, next question from Dark Supra on Instagram. He's asking, how are you liking the Comet? His has been holding up great.
Yeah, it's great. It's fine. I think it's a good pressure washer. I mean, we've been selling them for years. I didn't like it at first, and then when Amos turned me on to it, he said, well, let me send you one. And I got the chance to test it. I'm like, this thing it sounds good. It performs well. It operates on a 15 amp circuit. We were having a really tough time with 15 amps. Not a lot of people had a 20 amp dedicated at the time. And so it was a great, viable option, all-in-one included. It's nice and continues to be a good option for pressure washing. I'm really looking at how dirty my white tiles are looking. Once we finish all the construction, I'm going to pop out like 90% of the floor and wash it outside. It's not ideal.
All right, next question is from Dan. He's got a new OG vacuum he installed earlier this year. He really likes it. He's
Nice.
asking if we are coming up with any new accessories, an on-off switch, anything of the sort.
No. No, all of that. I'd like to. It's going to take a major commitment at some point in the not too distant future. We've talked to Detail Factory. I would have to commit to buying a substantial amount. So I'm kind of waiting till we get more vacuums out into the wild, and then we can develop some vacuum accessories. But it is something I'd like to do, but the answer is at the moment no. To do a switch is pretty simple. Didn't we just have that in the last video where Mike shows how to do a switch?
Yeah, I think he's referring to a switch on the handle maybe for the...
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever do that. We have an option like a Bluetooth, but it's real clunky.
So if you were going to get an OG vacuum setup, which would you opt for?
I just don't think, unless you're, you've got infinite resources, I don't think it's worth doing the effort for the Idahos. I didn't do it here. And so I think you just do I like the reel, the vacuum hose reel, if you can find somewhere, to put it. I think that's the way to go. And I'm testing out the 240 volt version, but I haven't used it yet. We need to use it to see if it makes sense to upgrade to that dual tangential motor versus the bypass style. I suspect it's probably not going to be worth it. But vacuum, I haven't been talking about that enough. The vacuum is a great option. That'd be a great gift. Expensive on the gift front, but that'd be a great gift for somebody to buy you. Those are kind of dicey. We sell out. We're always sold out of them. It's like Krensel back in the day. They can't make them fast enough. We should be good if you order one now to have by Christmas. I wonder if we hit 300 yet. Oh, it's 5:30. We're done. See ya. I thought we were only going to go like 20 minutes. I thought I was going to run out of stuff to talk about. If we hit 300, we can quit. Oh, 298. Dang it. Let's quit anyway. Chase is hungry. Look at him.
Okay, we got a Rolex question here on Instagram. He's asking what watch winder / box are you using for your Rolexes?
Swiss Cubic are the ones that Kubik are the ones that I have been buying. Who is that? Who's here? It's Katie Bell.
Thoughts on the Steady Rack bike mounts? What are your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
they're great. I think it's a good, solid option. Still not. 298.2. We're slowing down. 96 visitors, though.
So if 2 people buy the vacuum, we'll be...
Yeah, I need you 2 people. Go buy the vacuum right now so that we can stop talking. If you want me to stop talking, somebody go spend $2,000 or $1,800, $1,791.90. That's what we need. Or I could just quit anyway. It's another long day. People are still watching that terrible audio off on the live stream to 10,000 people. That's funny.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It was good content, but
Yeah.
YouTube screwed
You
up.
just have to just turn the video off and just listen to it. There's some nuggets in there. Some solid nuggets. Yeah. I think I'm checked out. So tomorrow's going to be a shorter day. We're going to go tour around and check in on HQ. Our plan was like 9 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of stream from the warehouse, show some of the chaos going on over there.
Yep, check in with everybody, show you where your order's at. We'll pick a couple of people and shout them out. Maybe tell the story of the building and show, talk about what my plan is there. And then Monday we'll be back here, doing another long stream, and then back to normal. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thanks everybody. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. And then on Monday we'll be back at 10 a.m. for a full stream here at the Middleton house.
So when we say 9 a.m., we mean like sometime around the 9 a.m.
Yeah,
time.
yeah, in the general vicinity of 9 o'clock.
Yeah. So thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for all the questions. I'll see you guys tomorrow.